There's a particular trick Star Wars pulls in its first few seconds, before you've seen a single ship or heard a single line, and I don't think it gets talked about enough. It puts up that line, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and then it just leaves it there in the quiet for a moment, letting you read it. Have a think about what that sentence is actually doing. A long time ago is how you start a fairy tale. Far, far away is how you start a bedtime story. And then everything that follows, the laser swords and the hyperdrives and the little round robots, is science fiction, which is meant to be about the future. So the whole thing is a fairy tale and a far-off future at the same time. And it's being told to you as ancient history. It really shouldn't work. It works completely. I've always found that opening more calming than exciting, if I'm honest. It's not saying pay attention. Something huge is about to happen to you. It's saying you can relax. This already happened ages ago, somewhere you'll never go, and someone's going to tell you about it now, which, when you think about it, is exactly the sort of thing you want murmured at you when you're trying to drop off. Something that's already over, something with no stakes for you personally, a story that's finished and safe and just needs telling. So that's what tonight is. I want to wander through the lore of this galaxy slowly, in roughly the order it happened, starting from the oldest and deepest thing there is, which is the Force itself, and drifting gently outward from there, out through the orders that grew up around it, and the worlds and the strange machines, and the people who kept making an absolute mess of things for tens of thousands of years. We'll go more or less forward in time, but honestly, the order barely matters. Each bit stands on its own. Nothing here is a test, and you don't have to remember any of it. You won't lose the thread by nodding off, because there isn't really a thread to lose. So if your attention wanders while I'm turning over what a kyber crystal is, or goes quiet during the sad stretch about the man in the black helmet, that was always allowed. None of it is heading towards some grand finish, so there's nothing here you'd be sorry to sleep through. There's just a galaxy sitting there, very old and very far away, waiting to have its whole story told in one long unhurried go, and every piece of it stands perfectly well on its own. If you find you like this sort of thing, there's a subscribe button somewhere nearby for whenever you want it. That's me done mentioning it though. I won't bring it up again or nudge you about it later on. Right, lie back and sort your pillow out however you like it. We're going to start somewhere strange, which is before there were any Jedi or Sith or empires at all, back when the only thing that existed in this story was a kind of energy that runs through everything, that nobody has ever fully explained, and that the galaxy spent an awfully long time arguing about. It's called the Force. And the funny thing is, the two most famous descriptions of it don't actually agree with each other. Let's start there. So here's the thing that always gets me about the Force. In the very first film, back in 1977, an old man in a robe explains it to a farm boy in about 2 sentences, and it's lovely and vague and a bit mystical. An energy field, he says, created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together. And that's it. That's the whole explanation for years. It's a spiritual thing, a feeling, a current running under everything, and you either had a knack for sensing it or you didn't. Very calming, very unspecific. You could project almost anything you liked onto it. And then, decades later, a different Jedi sits down with a little boy on a desert planet and explains the exact same thing in a completely different way. He talks about microscopic life forms. He calls them midi-chlorians. He says they live inside the cells of every living creature, that there are millions of them in a single cell, and that they're the ones actually talking to you, telling you the will of the Force if you're quiet enough to listen. And he suggests you can measure them. Take a blood sample, count them up, and get a number that tells you roughly how strong someone might be. Now, a lot of people did not care for this. I understand why. There's a version of the argument that says The moment you can measure the magic with a blood test, it stops being magic. It goes from being a spiritual thing you feel to being, essentially, a biological trait, like being tall or having a good singing voice. And for a certain kind of fan, that was a bit of a betrayal. The mystery got a spreadsheet attached to it. I've gone back and forth on this over the years, and where I've landed is that both explanations are true at once, and that's actually more interesting than either on its own. The old man wasn't wrong. The Force really is that big, vague energy field, but the little organisms are how a physical body plugs into it. Think of it like a radio. The music in the air is real, and it's everywhere, all around you, whether or not you have a radio. The midi-chlorians are just the aerial. Some people are born with a very good aerial and pick up the signal clearly. Some people have hardly any aerial at all and get mostly static. The music was never the point of the radio. The music was always out there. And here's the detail that I think redeems the whole thing, because the galaxy did eventually work out that the Force has two halves that feed into each other. There's the living Force, which is the energy given off by everything that's alive right now in the moment. Every creature, every plant, every person, all of it giving off this constant hum of being alive. And then there's the cosmic Force, which is the bigger, older, deeper thing that binds the whole galaxy together and carries what they call the will of the Force. And the two are connected. When something lives, it feeds the living Force. When something dies, that energy passes up into the cosmic Force and becomes part of the greater whole. One powers the other. One is renewed by the other. It's a cycle. Life feeds into the great binding thing, and the great binding thing feeds back into new life, endlessly. And the little organisms in your cells are the link that lets the two talk to each other. There's even a place where this is supposed to physically happen. It's called the wellspring of life. This strange sacred spot said to be the birthplace of the midi-chlorians, the foundation where the living Force and the cosmic Force meet and pour into one another. Yoda visits somewhere like this in his old age and gets taught about it by these ancient Force priestesses, and it slightly blows his mind, which is saying something, because Yoda's about 900 years old at that point and thought he'd seen it all. That's a nice thing to hold in your head, actually. Even the wisest character in the whole saga was still learning what the Force actually was right near the end. This is where that phrase comes from, the one everyone knows. When someone dies, they say the person became one with the Force. And for the longest time, I assumed that was just a poetic way of saying they died, a comfort, a nice thing to say at a funeral. But in this galaxy, it's meant fairly literally. Your death isn't a full stop. Your living energy passes into that cosmic Force and keeps existing there, folded into the greater whole, still part of the thing that binds everything. There's a lovely bit where an old Jedi explains it to his young apprentice, and the apprentice is sad because people they cared about keep dying, and the old Jedi basically says, "I can't be sad that someone I love has become part of the greatest power in the galaxy, because they're still with us, always, through the Force. And nor can I be afraid of the moment it happens to me," which is a genuinely good attitude to have, and one I'd like to steal for myself, ideally without needing space wizards to teach it to me. Now the light side and the dark side, this is worth going slowly on, because it's easy to get it slightly wrong. The Force itself isn't good or evil. It's not a battery with a nice end and a nasty end. It's just there, this energy, this flow. What the light and the dark actually are is two different ways of relating to it. The light side is about calm patience, letting the Force move through you, acting on instinct rather than grabbing at things. It tends towards defense rather than attack, towards understanding rather than control. When you're on the light side, you're sort of listening to the current and going with it. The dark side is what happens when you reach in and grab. It's fueled by the big loud feelings, fear, anger, hatred, the desperate wanting of things. And the trouble with it, the thing the whole saga keeps coming back to, is that it works. That's the horrible part. The The dark side isn't a trap because it's weak. It's a trap because it's a shortcut that actually delivers. You want power right now, this instant, without the years of quiet training. The dark side will give it to you. It just takes a bit of you each time, and it's addictive, and it isolates you. And eventually, there's very little left of the person who first reached in. But in the short term, it works a treat, which is exactly why it's dangerous. If it didn't work, nobody would ever be tempted. And then there's balance, which is the word everyone uses and almost nobody agrees on. Bringing balance to the Force, it sounds like it should mean equal parts light and dark. A nice tidy 50-50, yin and yang, everyone gets along. But that's not really it, and I quite like that it's not. The way it's mostly understood is that the dark side is the imbalance. The dark side is the corruption, the thing throwing the whole system out of whack. So bringing balance doesn't mean an even split. It means clearing out the darkness so the Force can flow the way it's meant to. Balance is the healthy default. The dark side is the infection. That reframes a lot of things later on, and we'll get to it. But hold on to that idea. Balance isn't a truce, it's a recovery. Here's a fun one, and it's a detail I love because it's so easy to miss. There's a whole religion built around all this, in fact several of them, and they don't all agree. The Jedi and the Sith are the famous two, but they're really just the biggest and best armed of a much wider set of Force faiths. There's a group called the Church of the Force, and the wonderful thing about them is that none of them can actually use the Force at all. Not one. They've no aerial, no signal, nothing. They just believe. They follow the teachings of the Jedi purely because they think it's the right way to live, with no powers to show for it, no magic tricks, no floating rocks. And when the Empire came along and banned all that sort of thing, they kept the faith going underground, in secret, growing quietly, precisely because they had no powers that could give them away. There's something very moving about that to me. Faith with no evidence and no reward, kept alive in the dark. That's a purer version of belief than most of the actual Jedi ever managed. They mostly lived on a moon called Jeddah, which is one of the oldest Force worship sites in the whole galaxy. Cold, dusty, full of pilgrims and monks and holy ruins, a bit like a spiritual old city where everyone's come to be near something sacred. And on Jeddah there's this order called the Guardians of the Wills, who are these fiercely loyal warrior monks protecting the great temple there, the Temple of the Kyber. Near extinct even in their own time. Just a handful of them left, keeping watch over a holy place that the galaxy had mostly stopped caring about. And I'm mentioning them partly because they're lovely, and partly because that word wills is about to get very strange and very deep. So let's follow it down. Because underneath all of this, underneath the Jedi and the Sith and the churches and the moons full of monks, there's an idea that the creator of Star Wars had right at the very beginning, before almost anything else, and it's honestly a bit mad. The wills. Originally the whole story was going to be told out of something called the Journal of the Wills, which was meant to be this record kept by immortal beings who sat outside the story, watching everything happen, writing it all down. Somebody wiser than the mortal players in the actual events, is roughly how it was put. So the idea was that everything you were watching, all the wars and the heroes and the tragedies, was being observed and recorded by these ancient beings who were, in a sense, above it all. That framing got dropped fairly early on. But the wills never really went away. They just soaked down into the foundations. In the strangest version of the idea, the one the creator kept coming back to in interviews, the wills are these microscopic beings, even smaller and more fundamental than the midi-chlorians, and they feed off the Force. And the midi-chlorians in your cells communicate with the wills, and the wills, in a general sense, are the Force. It's turtles all the way down, basically. You've got living things, which contain midi-chlorians, which talk to the wills, who feed on the Force, and are somehow also the Force, and offer destinies to the beings caught up in it all. It's the sort of cosmology you come up with at about 2 in the morning and then aren't quite brave enough to put in the actual films. And I mean that with total affection. It's gloriously overcooked and I wouldn't change a bit of it. The reason I like keeping the wills in mind is that it gives the whole galaxy this quiet undercurrent of destiny. This sense that nothing quite happens by accident, that there's a will running through events, nudging things, offering people fates they can either take up or turn down. Not forcing them exactly. Everyone in this story still has free will, but there's a shape to things, a current, and certain people are, whether they like it or not, caught up in something much larger than their own little lives, which is a nice cosmic thing to have humming away in the background while a farm boy complains about power converters. One more piece, and then we'll move on and let the Force sit there being mysterious, which is what it does best. Droids, the little mechanical people who are everywhere in this galaxy, doing all the jobs nobody else wants to do. Here's the sad, strange fact about them. Because the Force is created and sustained by living things, and droids are built rather than born, droids have no connection to it at all. No midi-chlorians, no Ariel. They live their whole existence completely outside the one thing that binds the entire galaxy together. Every rock, every plant, every insect is part of that great web. The droids are not. They can be affected by the Force, they can be shoved about and mind-tricked. Well, the ones with proper minds can be talked around, but they can never feel it. They stand outside the current, watching a galaxy full of destiny that they themselves can never sense. I find that a bit heartbreaking, actually, and we'll come back to it later, because there's a droid or two in this story who deserves better than that. But for now, just tuck it away. The Force is everything and everywhere, and it is in every living thing, and the little robots are the one kind of person it will never touch. And that's the Force, an energy field, and a colony of microscopic organisms, and a cosmic will, and a cycle of life feeding death feeding life, and a handful of monks on a cold moon keeping faith with beings that write the whole story down. Nobody in the galaxy ever agreed on what it was. They just knew it was there. You can feel it, one old man said, all around you, and that was enough for him. It's enough for me too, honestly. Let's leave it there and go find out where the Jedi came from, which is a question that even the galaxy itself had mostly forgotten the answer to. There's a line in the first film, and the old man in the robe says it almost in passing, that the Jedi were the guardians of peace and justice in the Old Republic for 1,000 generations. 1,000 generations, just tossed out there like it's nothing, and I never really grasped how enormous that number is until I sat down and did the sum. A generation is, 20-odd years. 1,000 of them is the better part of 25,000 years. The Jedi were around in some form for longer than there's been agriculture on our planet. Longer than writing. The pyramids would be a recent development to them. And here's what I find genuinely funny about that. For all that vast stretch of history, the galaxy itself had mostly forgotten how the Jedi actually began. Where the first one came from. Who first looked at that energy field we just talked about and thought, right, I'm going to learn to work with this. The very oldest history had gone soft and vague, the way ancient history does, until it was more legend than fact, even to the people living in it. Which, when you think about it, is a very realistic touch. Ask most people today about the deep past of their own culture, and you'll get a shrug and a couple of half-remembered stories. The Star Wars galaxy is exactly the same. Its own beginnings are a bit of a mystery to it. There was going to be a film about this, actually, and I'll give it a quick mention because it tells you how far back we're talking. A director called James Mangold, the chap who did the good Wolverine film, was working on a Star Wars movie called Dawn of the Jedi, set unimaginably far back, near the very beginning of the whole thing. The first Force users, the first people to organise around it. Last I heard, though, the project had drifted onto the back burner and might not happen at all. Lucasfilm changed hands at the top, priorities shifted, and the very oldest story in the galaxy got quietly shelved, which is almost poetic. Even in real life, the origin of the Jedi is the bit nobody can quite manage to tell. So to actually get a proper story about the dawn of it all, you have to go to the old books. And here's where I need to explain something, because Star Wars has two histories, and it matters. For decades, there was this enormous sprawl of novels and comics and games, thousands of stories, all considered part of one continuous universe. Then the whole thing got bought up by a very large company, and they drew a line. They said, right, from now on the films and the new shows are the official canon, the true history, and all that older material, all those decades of books, we'll call that legends. Still there, still lovable, just no longer the official version of what's happened. And honestly, some of my favourite corners of this whole galaxy live in that legends pile. So when I wander into it, I'll tell you. Fair warning, this next bit is mostly from the old stuff, the legends stuff. And it's some of the best world building anyone ever did, official or not. In the legends telling, the first Force users weren't Jedi at all. They were something older, called the Jedi, and they lived on a planet called Tython, which is this wild, Force-saturated world where the energy is so strong that if you let your emotions get out of balance, the whole planet basically reacts to it. Storms, tremors, the land itself throwing a strop because you did. Imagine trying to keep your temper in a place that has weather based on your mood. Tython had two moons, and this is the lovely bit, one called Ashla and one called Bogan. Ashla was light, Bogan was dark, and the whole philosophy of the Jedi was about staying balanced between the two, not rejecting the dark entirely, not drowning in the light, but holding the middle, walking the line between the two moons. And then, as always, it fell apart. Some of them leaned too far into the dark side and got exiled, banished off to the dark moon, and out of that split, over thousands of years, you eventually get the two orders we know. The ones who held to the light became the Jedi. The ones who chose the dark became, in time, the Sith. It's a proper origin myth, that. Two moons, a balance nobody could keep, and a schism that echoes all the way down the ages. I don't care that it's not official anymore. It's gorgeous, and it's what I think about when I hear that 1,000 generations line. The Sith, in that ancient telling, built themselves an actual empire out in the far reaches of the galaxy, on worlds most people had never heard of. Their homeworld was a place called Moraband, though for most of its history it went by an older name, Korriban, a dry, red, dead sort of planet, all tombs and dust and the buried bones of ancient Dark Lords. There's a valley there called the Valley of the Dark Lords, which is exactly as cheerful as it sounds, lined with the crypts of the old Sith kings, the dark side soaked so deep into the ground that thousands of years later it's still humming with it. That name, Moraband, does survive into the official canon, by the way. Even in the current version of history, it's the ancient Sith homeworld. Some things are too good to leave behind. Then you get the era that a lot of people, me included, think of as the real golden age of the old stories. The Old Republic proper, thousands of years before the films. This is where all the best Legends material lives, in these old games and books, and it's got everything. Vast wars between the Republic and resurgent Sith empires. Jedi and Sith by the hundreds, whole armies of them, not the endangered handful you see later, and the star of it all, if you ask me, is a figure called Revan. Revan is one of those characters that got so beloved that even after the great line was drawn and everything got sorted into official and legends, he managed to sneak back into the real canon anyway, just for a moment, as a vision, which tells you how much people loved him. His story, in the old telling, is the sort of thing that sounds daft when you summarise it, and is genuinely brilliant when you actually go through it. A Jedi who went off to fight in a terrible war against the Mandalorians, against the wishes of the Jedi Council, because he believed sitting the war out was the coward's choice, who won that war and in winning it went too far, chased the enemy into the dark, and came back as a Sith Lord, bent on conquering the very republic he'd left to protect, who was then captured, had his memory wiped, and was rebuilt by the Jedi into a blank slate, a new person, sent out into the galaxy not knowing he'd once been the great villain everyone was afraid of, and who then had to slowly, horribly discover who he used to be. A hero, then a villain, then a man with no memory, forced to reckon with both, no notes. Genuinely one of the best character ideas in the whole franchise, and it's sitting over there in the Legends pile where a lot of newer fans have never even met him. Those old wars, the Mandalorian wars especially, are worth knowing about even in outline, because they set up a rivalry that runs all the way through everything. The Mandalorians, these warrior peoples in their famous armour, going up against the Jedi again and again across the centuries. We'll come back to them properly later, because they're one of my favourite bits of the whole galaxy, and their story is much bigger and stranger than just soldiers in helmets. But it starts here, in the deep past, with the Jedi and the Mandalorians hammering away at each other, neither ever quite finishing the other off. Here's the thing that I think is worth taking away from all this ancient stuff though, more than any particular name or war. It's how the Republic itself keeps dying and coming back. We tend to imagine the old Republic as this one long, unbroken golden age, endless ages of peaceful democracy, all rather smug and stable. But that's not really the picture the deep history gives you. It shrinks, it gets threatened, Sith empires rise up and swallow chunks of it and get beaten back. It falls apart and someone rebuilds it. Even the great capital world gets conquered at one point, deep in the past, the Sith taking the very heart of the Republic before being driven out again millennia later. It's less a stable institution and more a very long argument that keeps flaring up and dying down, which again feels true to how actual history works. Nothing's permanent. The good times are just the gaps between the bad ones, and everyone living in a golden age assumes it'll last forever, and it never does. I find that oddly soothing rather than grim, at this hour anyway. The idea that the galaxy has been through all this before, that it's collapsed and rebuilt itself over and over for tens of thousands of years, and it's still there, still spinning, still full of people getting on with their lives between the disasters. The dawn of the Jedi is half forgotten, and mostly legend. The deep past is a blur of wars and empires that even the historians can't quite keep straight, and somehow the whole thing just keeps going. There's something comforting in a story that big and that old. Your worries feel a bit smaller against all of that. Anyway, let's come forward a bit out of the ancient fog and talk about the Jedi as they actually were at their most organised. Not the mythical first ones, but the proper order, with its temple and its rules and its slightly baffling opinions about feelings. Because for all that they were the good guys, they were also, when you look closely, a very strange institution indeed. Right, so the Jedi, everyone knows the Jedi. Robes, laser swords, wise sayings, the good guys, and all of that's true, but the deeper you go into how the Order actually worked as an institution, the odder and more human it gets. And I mean that as a compliment and a criticism at the same time, which is sort of the only honest way to feel about them. Let's start with what they actually believed, because they wrote it down, and it's short, the Jedi Code. There's a stern version that goes, there is no emotion, there is peace, there is no ignorance, there is knowledge, there is no passion, there is serenity, and so on, each line swapping out a messy human thing for a calm, ideal one. And there's a gentler, older version that's more like a little poem, emotion yet peace, ignorance yet knowledge, passion yet serenity, which I actually prefer, because it's not pretending the messy feelings don't exist. It's saying, you'll feel emotion, but aim for peace through it. You'll feel passion, but steer for serenity. That's a kinder thing to ask of a person than just pretend you have no feelings at all. The trouble is, by the era of the films, the Order was mostly running on the Stern version, and I think that Stern version quietly caused an enormous amount of the damage we'll get to later. But we'll get to it. Now, how did you actually become one of them? This is the bit that always makes me raise an eyebrow. You didn't join the Jedi as an adult who decided it was a good career. You were taken as a baby. The Jedi had these people who travel the galaxy looking for Force-sensitive infants, the ones with a strong enough connection to be worth training, and they'd find them, usually with the family's consent, and bring them back to the temple to be raised. Not as a child of a family, but as a child of the Order, raised communally in a nursery called the creche by the Order itself, and the reasoning was that you had to start that young, before the child had formed any strong attachments, before they'd learned to want and cling and fear losing things, because all of that would be poison to a Jedi later on. Catch them before they've bonded to anything, raise them to belong to no one and nowhere except the Force. I go back and forth on this, honestly. On one hand, it's a bit chilling. You're taking babies, you're deliberately raising children with no family, no home, no possessions, on purpose, so they'll never learn to be attached to anything. On the other hand, from inside the philosophy, it makes a horrible sort of sense, and the kids, by all accounts, weren't unhappy. The creche was warm. They had each other. They had the whole Order as a sort of enormous extended family. It's just that the family was designed very deliberately to teach you not to love anyone, person, too much. Which brings us to the single most important and most damaging rule the Jedi had. Non-attachment. This is the big one, so let me explain it properly, because it gets misremembered constantly, and once we've done it here, I won't drag you through it again. People think the Jedi rule was no love allowed, which isn't quite right and misses the point. The Jedi were meant to love, broadly, compassionately. They were supposed to love all living things, to be full of warmth and care for the whole galaxy. What they weren't allowed was attachment, possession. The specific, grasping, this person is mine, and I cannot live without them kind of love. No marriage, no romantic partners, no owning things, no declaring anyone or anything yours. And the reason, from inside their heads, was actually rather clever, even if it went badly wrong in practice. Attachment, they believed, leads to fear. If you have something you can't bear to lose, you become afraid of losing it. And fear, as we said, is the front door to the dark side. So the logic runs like this. You get attached to a person, you become terrified of them dying. That terror makes you desperate. Desperation makes you reach for power, any power, to keep them safe. And reaching for that power in a panic is exactly how you fall. So the Jedi tried to cut the whole chain off at the very first link. No attachment, no fear of loss, no desperation, no fall. Love everyone, cling to no one, let go. Now on paper, that's almost wise. In practice, telling a person they're forbidden from loving anyone too much, and then dropping them into the most emotionally intense situations imaginable, is a recipe for disaster. And it produced at least one absolutely catastrophic disaster that we'll spend a whole section on later. Because it turns out you cannot actually train the human heart to not get attached. And pretending you have just means the attachment goes underground, secret and guilty and unexamined, which is somehow worse. But that's for later. For now, just hold the idea. The Jedi weren't loveless. They were terrified of the specific love that clings. And they had a point. They really did. They just couldn't make it work on actual people. The structure of the Order itself is genuinely satisfying to lay out in that cozy way that organised systems can be. You started as a youngling, one of the little ones in the creche, learning the very basics in groups. When you were old enough and ready, you'd be chosen as a Padawan, an apprentice, taken on one-to-one by a single Jedi Knight or Master. That's the classic pairing, the Master and the student, One older and wiser, one young and learning, travelling the galaxy together. You could tell a Padawan by the little braid of hair they'd grow, a sort of visible sign of your status, cut off when you finally passed your trials and became a knight in your own right. And then, if you got old enough and wise enough and had done enough, you might become a master and take on your own apprentice, and the whole thing would go round again. At the very top, the Grand Master, the wisest of the lot, which, for most of the era we care about, was Yoda, who'd been doing the job for centuries and had trained an absolutely staggering number of the others. Above all of that sat the Jedi High Council, 12 of them, 12 senior masters, sitting in a round chamber at the top of a tall spire, making the big decisions for the whole order. And I love the image of that room, honestly. 12 chairs in a circle, wrap-around windows looking out over an entire planet-sized city, the most powerful Force users alive, sitting there quietly deliberating. It's a very calm image for what was, by the end, a group of people making increasingly panicked decisions about a galaxy sliding towards catastrophe. But we'll get there. The temple itself is worth picturing because it's where the whole order lived. This enormous ziggurat on the capital world, topped with 5 spires reaching up into the sky. Inside, it wasn't just a barracks. It was a whole world. Training halls, meditation chambers, the creche for the little ones, and the archives, the great Jedi library, this vast hall of glowing blue data, thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, guarded and tended by Jedi archivists who took it all extremely seriously. There's a famous, slightly funny moment where a Jedi goes to the archives looking for a planet, and it's not in the records, and the head archivist tells him flatly that if it's not in the archive, it doesn't exist, which is exactly the kind of thing a librarian says right before being proven completely wrong. The planet existed. Someone had simply deleted it from the records. But that smugness, that absolute confidence that the Jedi knew everything worth knowing, that's very them. And it's a small sign of the bigger blindness that did for them in the end. Not every Jedi was a robed warrior swinging a laser sword either, which I think people forget. There were different paths within the Order. Some were guardians, the ones who leaned into the martial side, the combat and the defense. Some were consulars, who leaned into the scholarly and diplomatic side, the wisdom and the negotiation and the deep study of the Force. Some were sentinels, who sat somewhere in between, often working out in the wider galaxy on quieter, stranger jobs. The Jedi like to describe themselves as keepers of the peace, not soldiers, and one of them says almost exactly that at one point, we're peacekeepers, not soldiers, which becomes bleakly funny later when they all get made into generals in a massive war. But at their best, a lot of Jedi work was closer to being a wandering problem solver, turning up on some troubled world, sorting out a dispute, calming a situation, and moving on. Aggressive negotiations. One of them jokes, which is a lovely little phrase for turning up to talk and being fully prepared to have a fight about it. And here's a detail I find genuinely moving. Not every Force-sensitive child who got brought to the temple made it as a Jedi. Most didn't, actually. Becoming a knight was hard, and plenty of younglings, when the time came, weren't chosen by a master, or didn't pass, or simply weren't cut out for it. And they weren't just thrown out. There was somewhere for them to go. The service corps, sometimes the agri-corps, the agricultural corps, where those who couldn't be knights went to do good in quieter ways. Farming worlds that needed help. Medical work, exploration, keeping the archives, a whole life of service to the galaxy that didn't involve a lightsaber at all. I find that lovely. The idea that the Order had a place for the ones who didn't make the cut. A way to still belong, still contribute, still matter, just without the glory. Not everyone gets to be the hero. Most people don't. And there's a version of a good life in helping crops grow on some far-off world that nobody will ever make a film about. There was one more rite that every young Jedi went through, And it's the perfect thing to end on because it leads us straight to the next thing I want to talk about. When a group of younglings were ready, they'd be taken on a journey to a frozen cave on a distant world to find and claim the heart of their very own lightsaber, a living crystal. They'd go in alone, into the ice, and search until the Force led them to the one crystal meant for them. And they called it the Gathering. It's a beautiful little tradition, a child going alone into a cave to find a piece of a mountain that's been waiting for them. And that crystal and the weapon built around it is one of the most interesting objects in the entire galaxy, with a history all of its own. So let's go into the cave. I want to talk about the lightsaber for a bit, because it might be the best designed object in any film ever, and almost nobody stops to think about how strange it actually is. Everyone knows what it looks like. A hilt, a beam of light, that hum. It's the coolest weapon ever put on screen, and it's been the coolest weapon ever put on screen for nearly 50 years now, which is a heck of a run. But here's the thing that turns it from a cool prop into something almost sacred once you know it. The blade isn't really the weapon. The heart of a lightsaber is a crystal, a kyber crystal, and kyber crystals are, in a very real sense, alive. Not alive like an animal. They don't wriggle or breathe, but they're attuned to the Force, deeply, in a way ordinary rock simply isn't. They resonate with it. They're one of the very few non-living things in the whole galaxy that has any relationship to the Force at all, which already makes them special, given that even the little robots don't get one. A kyber crystal sitting in a cave is humming, quietly, with the same energy that runs through every living thing. And when a Jedi holds one, the two can bond. The crystal, in a sense, chooses. The classic place to find them was a frozen world called Ilum, which had these vast crystal caves buried deep under the ice. And this is where that tradition I mentioned comes back. The Gathering, the pilgrimage the young Jedi made. A youngling would be taken to Ilum, and the caves would be sealed by ice that only melted at a certain point, giving them a limited window, and they'd go in alone, into the freezing dark with no lightsaber yet, just their own connection to the Force, and they'd have to find their crystal, the one meant for them, and the caves would test them, show them illusions, play on their fears, try to trip them up, because part of the point was that you couldn't find your crystal if your head was full of doubt and panic. You had to be calm, you had to trust, and somewhere in the ice, a crystal that had been sitting there for who knows how long, waiting, would call to them, and they'd dig it out with their bare cold hands and carry it back out into the light. That's how you got the heart of your weapon. You went alone into a mountain and it gave you a piece of itself. Then you built the thing. And building a lightsaber wasn't a job for an engineer. It was closer to meditation. The Jedi would assemble it using the Force itself, holding the components together in the air, focusing, letting the crystal lock into its housing. It could take days. Some took much longer. It wasn't about mechanical skill. It was about attunement, about the Jedi and the crystal getting properly acquainted, learning each other. And when it was done, the blade would ignite for the first time, and it would have a colour. And here's the loveliest part. The Jedi didn't choose the colour. The crystal did. The kyber crystal is naturally clear, colourless, until it bonds with a Force user, and then it takes on a colour that reflects, somehow, the person it's chosen. Most commonly, blue or green. Blue tended towards the ones who leaned into the martial side, the guardians, the fighters. Green towards the more contemplative ones, the consulars, the ones who led with wisdom. There are rarer ones, a deep purple that a very few carried, a gold or yellow that belonged to the temple guards, the ones who protected the temple itself, faceless in their masks, and every so often something stranger. But the point is, the colour meant something. It was the crystal telling you, and everyone else, a little truth about who you were. Your weapon knew you. I think that's a wonderful idea. Your sword picks its colour based on your soul, essentially, and you don't get a say. Which raises the obvious question, what about the red ones? The Sith, the bad guys, always have red blades. If crystals only turn blue or green, or the occasional purple based on the person, where do the red ones come from? And the answer is genuinely horrible, in the best way, and it's one of my favourite bits of Star Wars lore, full stop. There are no naturally red kyber crystals. None. A red lightsaber is a wound. What the Sith do when they turn to the dark side is take a crystal, often one taken from a Jedi they've killed, and they pour themselves into it. All the rage, all the hatred, all the pain, forced into the crystal through the Force, dominating it, breaking its will, bending it to theirs. And the crystal, in agony, cracks and bleeds. That's the actual word they use, bleeding a crystal. The clear, or blue or green heart of it turns this deep, angry red, because it's been tortured into submission. Every red lightsaber in the galaxy is a crystal that was hurt until it gave in. Once you know that, you never look at a Sith blade the same way again. It's not just an evil colour, it's a scream. And here's the part that turns it from horrible into something almost hopeful. A bled crystal isn't lost forever. It can be healed. There's this idea, developed in the newer stories, of a Jedi taking a cracked bled red crystal and over time, with patience and compassion, healing it, purifying it, letting the pain out of it. And when a bled crystal is healed, it doesn't go back to blue or green. It turns white. This pure, clean, colourless white, the colour of a crystal that's been through something terrible and come out the other side. There's a warrior in one of the newer shows who carries 2 white blades, and both of them used to be red, taken from an enemy and healed. I love that beyond reason. A weapon that used to belong to the dark, brought back into the light and wearing its history as a colour. Nothing else in this galaxy is quite that on the nose about the whole point of the story, that even the most corrupted thing can be brought back. It's a bit much, honestly. I adore it. Kyber does one other thing that's worth knowing, and it's the terrifying flip side of all this beauty. It amplifies. A crystal takes energy and focuses it, which is exactly what makes it work in a lightsaber, taking a power source and turning it into that contained blade. But a big enough crystal, or enough of them together, can focus energy on a scale that stops being personal and starts being planetary. Hold that thought, because much later in this story, somebody works out that if you gather enough kyber and build a big enough machine around it, you can focus a beam powerful enough to destroy an entire world. The same crystal that turns green in a child's hand in a cave can, at a large enough scale, end a planet. Same stone, same principle. Just a horrifying difference of degree. But that's a story for later, and a much less peaceful one. So let's not spoil the mood. There's one particular lightsaber I have to mention because it's unlike any other, and its story ties 2 halves of the galaxy together. The dark saber. It's this unique blade, black, with a thin white edge to it, shaped more like an actual sword than a beam, and it's ancient. It was forged over 1,000 years before the films, by the first Mandalorian ever to become a Jedi, a warrior called Tara Vizsla. Sit with that for a second. A Mandalorian from that warrior culture we mentioned that spent centuries fighting the Jedi, actually becoming one, and forging this singular black blade. And after he died, the Mandalorians took it back, and it became this symbol, a thing you had to win in combat to rightfully wield, passed down and fought over across the centuries as a token of who had the right to lead. The blade wanders through the whole later story, changing hands, and it's one of the loveliest threads connecting the mystical Jedi world to the hard-bitten warrior world of the Mandalorians. We'll pick that thread up again when we get to them, because it's got a good deal more to give. Kyber sat right at the heart of the older Force religions, too, not just Jedi weapons. Remember that cold moon, Jeddah, with the near-extinct monks? The great temple there was the Temple of the Kyber, sometimes called the Temple of the Wills, and the whole moon was riddled with Kyber, holy and revered, a pilgrimage site for the faithful for thousands of years, which tragically made it exactly the kind of place a certain empire would later strip mine for crystals to feed its planet-killing machine. But again, later, not now. Now it's just a holy moon full of glowing crystal and quiet monks, and I'd rather leave it that way for tonight. I suppose the thing I want you to take from all this, as you're drifting, is just how much thought is packed into a single prop. A lightsaber isn't a magic laser sword. It's a living crystal that chose its owner and coloured itself to match their heart, built in meditation, capable of being tortured into a red scream or healed into a white peace. It's the most personal object a Jedi owns, more personal than any possession they're technically not supposed to have. Your weapon is a piece of a mountain that picked you. That's a nicer thing to fall asleep thinking about than most weapons manage. Let's leave the ice caves and go somewhere warmer and much, much busier, because I want to show you the Golden Age. The time when the Jedi weren't a dying, dogmatic, doomed little order, but were the best they ever were. It didn't last, but it was lovely while it did. If you only knew the Jedi from the main films, you'd think they were always the way they are in those films. A small, slightly stuffy order of a few thousand, robed and serious, keeping the peace in a republic that's gone a bit rotten, heading quietly towards a cliff they can't quite see. That's the Jedi at the end of their story, the autumn of them. And it's easy to assume that's just how they always were. It wasn't. There was a summer, and it came about 200 years before all the trouble with the little slave boy from the desert, in an era people have taken to calling the High Republic. And I love it genuinely, because it's the version of this galaxy where things are, for once, going well, which you don't often get in Star Wars. Usually you're watching a slow-motion catastrophe. The High Republic is the bit where you get to see what everyone was fighting to protect in the first place. Picture the Republic at its most hopeful, expanding outward, exploring, reaching into parts of the galaxy nobody had properly mapped, and doing it not through conquest but through, essentially, being nice. There was a chancellor running things called Lena So, and her whole philosophy was captured in a phrase she kept repeating: "We are all the Republic." The idea that a far-flung farmer on some forgotten world at the edge of nowhere mattered exactly as much as a senator in the capital, and she backed it up with these enormous public projects she called the Great Works. Grand, expensive, idealistic things built purely to show the galaxy what unity and generosity could look like. Not weapons, not fleets, works. And the greatest of the great works was a space station called Starlight Beacon. Now I want you to picture this properly, because it's one of my favourite locations in the whole galaxy, and it barely gets to exist before it's taken away. Starlight was this vast gleaming station, built way out on the frontier, in the difficult unmapped reaches of the Outer Rim, in a region that was so hard to navigate that the station itself acted as a lighthouse, sending out a signal to guide travellers through the dark. That's where the name comes from. A beacon, a light in the black to steer by. But it was so much more than a navigation aid. Starlight Beacon was a hospital, so that people out on the frontier who'd never had proper medical care could finally get it. It was an observatory, a research station, a market, a communications hub tying the far-flung worlds into the rest of the galaxy so nobody felt so alone. It had a whole cultural centre, with exhibits showing off the arts and music and creatures of dozens of Outer Rim worlds, so that people from the glittering core and people from the forgotten edges could actually learn about each other. There was even a biosphere zone with living recreations of far-off planets, little pockets of jungle and ice from worlds most visitors would never see, and it housed the largest gathering of Jedi anywhere outside the temple itself, so they could be right there on the frontier, close to the people who needed them, instead of days away back in the capital. It was basically everything good about the Republic packed into one shining structure, and hung out in the dark as a promise. Here it said, "This is who we are. This is what we can do for you. You are not forgotten." The Jedi of this era match the mood. This is the Order at its absolute peak, and crucially, they're not soldiers here. They're not generals. They're explorers and peacekeepers and healers, out in the frontier doing the job Obi-Wan describes, guardians of peace and justice, and actually living up to it. They're more powerful, more numerous, more confident, and, honestly, kinder than the version you meet later. There's one Jedi in particular, a master called Avar Kriss, who becomes the Marshal of Starlight Beacon, and she has this gift where she can sense all the other Jedi through the Force as a kind of music. She calls it the Song of the Force. When lots of Jedi work together, she hears them as this great harmony, all their connections weaving into one piece of music, and she can conduct it, in a sense, coordinate them, hold them together. Isn't that a lovely idea? A galaxy full of light, and one woman who can hear it all singing. So of course something comes along to wreck it. It wouldn't be Star Wars otherwise. But the thing that comes to wreck the High Republic is one of the best villains the franchise ever cooked up. And they're not what you'd expect. No Sith, no Dark Lords, not out in the open anyway. The enemy of this golden age is a band of raiders called the Nihil. The Nihil are essentially space Vikings, anarchic marauders out in the Outer Rim, who don't want to conquer anything or rule anything. They just want to take and burn, and be free of the Republic telling them what to do. They dress in this scavenged, stormy, chaotic style, all masks and gas and menace, and they've got a rough three-tier structure, with these leaders called Tempest Runners. And above them all, working from the shadows, a cold and clever man called Martian Rowe, the Eye of the Nihil, and the thing that makes them genuinely dangerous, the thing that makes them more than just pirates, is how they travel. They have access to these secret, impossible hyperspace routes they call the paths. Ways of jumping through hyperspace that break all the rules everyone else plays by, letting them appear out of nowhere in places no one thought a ship could reach, strike, and vanish before anyone can respond. Nobody can predict them because nobody understands how they move. The way it all kicks off is one of the great disaster set pieces of the lore, and I'll tell it calmly because that's the mood tonight, but it's a heck of a thing. There's a huge freighter, the Legacy Run, travelling through hyperspace, perfectly normally, as thousands of ships do every day, and something goes catastrophically wrong. The ship is torn apart at faster than light speed, and its fragments come spilling out of hyperspace at random points across an entire star system, raining down like shrapnel, some pieces the size of buildings, threatening whole populated worlds. They called it the Great Hyperspace Disaster. And the Jedi and the Republic launched this enormous rescue effort, the Jedi doing extraordinary things to catch falling debris and save lives. And it's genuinely heroic. And for a while, everyone thinks it was just a terrible freak accident. It wasn't. It was Martian Rowe using the Nihil's paths to cause it deliberately, because he wanted a crisis big enough to make the Republic finally notice the Nihil existed. He killed a whole system's worth of people as an opening move, as a way of introducing himself. That's the kind of villain he is, patient and utterly cold. And it gets stranger because Martian Rowe has a family secret, a weapon older and worse than anything the Nihil could build, creatures the stories call the Nameless. And these things are the stuff of nightmares, specifically for Jedi, because a Nameless can drain the Force right out of a Force user, kill them with fear, unravel their connection, and leave behind a dried, petrified husk. To a Jedi whose whole life and identity is built on the Force, a creature that can simply switch that off and leave you a statue of yourself is about the most horrifying thing imaginable. There's a beloved Jedi Master, Loden Greatstorm, who meets one of them, and that's how he goes, reduced to a husk. The Jedi have spent thousands of years believing the Force is the one constant, the thing that's always there, and the Nihil have a monster that proves it isn't. there were other horrors loosed in that era too. A species of carnivorous thinking plant creatures called the Drengir. This ancient sprawling menace that got accidentally woken up and then deliberately spread across the frontier. So awful that the Jedi actually had to team up with the criminal Hutt clans to deal with them, which tells you how bad it was. And there was a strange Jedi-hating cult in the background of it all, the Path of the Open Hand, who believed the Force should be left alone entirely, that using it at all was a kind of theft, a violation, and that the Jedi were the worst offenders, a cult that eventually helped give rise to the Nihil themselves. There's a lot going on in this era, is what I'm saying. It's rich. People have written whole shelves of books about it. But the moment that defines the fall of the Golden Age is the end of Starlight Beacon. Because the Nihil didn't just fight the Jedi, they went after the symbol. They got aboard the Great Shining Station, sabotaged it from the inside, and unleashed one of the nameless within it to spread terror among the Jedi who were meant to protect it. And despite everything they tried, the Jedi couldn't save it. Starlight Beacon, the great lighthouse, the proof that the Republic could be good, broke apart and fell out of the sky, crashing down onto a world below, killing many of the Jedi aboard, and the whole galaxy watched the symbol of their hope get ripped from the stars. That's the moment the summer ends, not with a Sith Lord and a lightning bolt, but with the best thing the Republic ever built falling out of the sky because a cold man in the dark decided it should. The reason I wanted to spend time here, at this hour, is partly just because it's a good story, and partly because of what it does to the rest of the saga. When you've seen the High Republic, when you've seen what the Jedi were at their best and what the Republic was when it actually believed in itself, the slow rot of the later era hits completely differently. You're not watching a stuffy little order fail. You're watching the last tired autumn version of something that used to be genuinely magnificent, drifting towards its end without ever quite realizing how far it's already fallen from what it was. The Jedi in the main films think they're at the height of their power. They've no idea they're the embers of a fire that used to light up the frontier, and there's nobody left who remembers Starlight, or the Song of the Force, or a Chancellor who kept saying we are all the Republic and actually meant it. Right, that's the light at its brightest. Let's go and sit with the dark for a while, because you can't tell this galaxy's story without understanding the people who chose the shortcut. The Sith, and their story is, in its own grim way, one of the cleverest bits of the entire thing. Let's talk about the Sith properly. Not as the moustache-twirling baddies in the black robes, though they are that, but as an idea because the philosophy underneath them is genuinely one of the most interesting things in the whole galaxy, and it's far sadder than it first looks. Start with the dark side, which we touched on earlier, when I said it works, and that's the whole tragedy of it. The Sith are the people who looked at the Force and thought, why would you serve this thing? Why would you sit around meekly, letting it flow through you, being patient, letting go when you could seize it, when you could bend it to your will and make it do what you want right now? Their core belief, more or less, is that peace is a lie, that the only real thing is passion and struggle and the will to power. Through passion, they say, I gain strength. Through strength, power. Through power, victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. It's a creed about breaking free, about refusing to be small, about taking rather than waiting. And you can see the appeal, you really can. It's not a stupid philosophy, it's a seductive one. That's what makes it dangerous. The problem is what the dark side does to you while it's giving you what you want. It's an addiction, plainly. Every time you reach for it in anger, it gives you a hit of power, and it takes a little bit of you in exchange. And it leaves you wanting more, needing more, angrier and more frightened and more alone than before. Sith don't tend to look well. They rot physically, over time, the dark side eating them from the inside out, faces going pale and cracked and wrong. Because you can't actually cheat the deal. The power is real, and so is the price, and the price is you. By the end, there's usually very little left of whoever first decided that peace was a lie. Now, for most of galactic history, the Sith organized themselves more or less like the Jedi, big orders, empires even, hundreds of Sith, thousands, with academies and hierarchies and dark lords at the top, out there in the deep past building those empires we talked about, on worlds like Moraband. And it never worked, it kept collapsing. And the reason it kept collapsing is beautifully, grimly obvious once you see it. The whole Sith philosophy is about seizing power and refusing to serve anyone. So what happens when you put 1,000 people who all believe that in one room? They turn on each other, instantly, constantly. Every apprentice plots against every master, every underling schemes to climb, and the entire order spends more energy stabbing each other in the back than it ever manages to aim at the Jedi. Their greatest strength, that hunger, that refusal to bow, is also the thing that guarantees they'll tear themselves apart. The Jedi never had to beat the Sith, really. They just had to wait for the Sith to beat themselves and then mop up. And that kept happening over and over for thousands of years, until eventually the Jedi thought they'd wiped the Sith out entirely. There was a final great war, and at the end of it the Sith were, as far as anyone knew, gone. Extinct. The galaxy breathed out. Good riddance, except one survived, and this is where it gets clever. His name was Darth Bane, and he'd watched the Sith destroy themselves one time too many, and he'd worked out exactly why. The infighting, the numbers. Too many Sith all clawing at each other was the disease, so he did something radical. He tore the whole thing down and rebuilt it around a single rule, and it's such a good rule as a piece of dark cunning that it kept the Sith alive and hidden for 1,000 years. The rule of 2. Here's how it goes. From now on, there will only ever be 2 Sith. Exactly 2. No more. A master and an apprentice. One to embody the power of the dark side, and one to crave it. That's the phrase, and it's perfect. One to have the power, one to want it. The master teaches the apprentice everything, makes them as strong as they can possibly be, and the apprentice, when they're finally strong enough, kills the master and takes their place, and then finds an apprentice of their own, and it goes round again. Forever. 2 at a time, down through the generations, master and student, each apprentice eventually murdering their teacher. And you see how it solves the whole problem. With only 2, there's no crowd to descend into infighting, no army of rivals, no chaos. The one bit of murderous betrayal that's left, the apprentice killing the master, isn't a weakness anymore. It's the mechanism. It's how the Sith make sure only the strongest survives to carry the line on. If the apprentice can kill the master, good. The apprentice was stronger and deserves to continue the work. If the apprentice fails and dies trying, fine, they were too weak, find a better one. The treachery that used to destroy the Sith is now the quality control. It's genuinely brilliant in a horrible way. Bane took the poison that kept killing the Sith and turned it into their immune system. And then, and this is the masterstroke, they went into hiding. 2 Sith are easy to hide. You can't find 2 people in a galaxy of trillions. So the Sith vanished, they went underground, and they stopped trying to fight the Jedi head-on, and instead they started to plan. A long game, a patient, quiet, generation-spanning scheme to bring the Jedi down, not with armies but with cunning, working in the shadows, waiting for exactly the right moment, which might be centuries away, and not caring, because they had all the time in the world. They called it the Grand Plan. Revenge, served so cold it took generation upon generation to arrive. And the Jedi, meanwhile, went about their business, absolutely certain that the Sith were extinct, that they'd won, that the dark side was a thing of the past. They had no idea that 2 of them were still out there the whole time, watching, teaching, waiting, master to apprentice, down through the centuries, coming for them. This is why, in the main films, the Sith always come in pairs. Always a master and an apprentice. Exactly 2. That's not a coincidence or a stylistic choice. That's Darth Bane's 1,000-year-old rule. Still running, still holding, right up until the very end. Every Sith you meet is a link in a chain that stretches back to one man who worked out how to stop his own kind from killing each other. And the underpinning of the whole thing, in the deeper lore, is an idea about two Force users being bound together in a uniquely powerful bond, two halves of one thing, which becomes very important indeed right at the finish of the whole saga. Though we'll leave that quiet for now. There's more to the Sith than just the rule mind. They collected knowledge, obsessively, in these dark counterparts to the Jedi archives. Sith holocrons, these sinister little devices holding the recorded teachings of long-dead Dark Lords, so that even in death, a Sith could keep instructing, keep corrupting, keep whispering their philosophy down the centuries. They dabbled in Sith alchemy, twisting living things into monsters, and in sorcery, in dark rituals the Jedi wouldn't touch, and their tombs, on Moraband especially, weren't quiet. The dark side clings. Powerful Sith could leave a kind of echo of themselves behind, a spirit, bound to the place they died, or the objects that mattered to them. Still lurking, still angry. Thousands of years on. There's a lovely scene where old Yoda, near the end of his life, travels to Moraband on a sort of spiritual quest into that valley of the Dark Lords, and he meets the ghost of Darth Bane himself, this towering armoured spectre trying to frighten him. And here's a fun bit of behind-the-scenes trivia I can't resist. The voice of Darth Bane's ghost, this ancient founding evil, is played by the same actor who plays the shining hero of the original films. The good, bright farm boy, voicing the father of all that ancient dark. Somebody thought that was a lovely bit of casting, and they were right. The one Sith obsession I want to leave you with, because it becomes the hinge the entire tragedy of the films turns on, is their fear of death. For all their talk of power, the thing the Sith wanted most, the prize at the very end of all that dark study, was to cheat death itself, to not die, to find a way to hold on to life, or to power, past the point where everyone else has to let go. There was a Sith Lord, spoken of in whispers, called Darth Plagueis, who was said to have become so powerful, so deep in the dark side, that he could influence life itself, could keep the ones he cared about from dying, could even, it was said, create life. He'd learned to stop the natural order, and the grim joke of it, the thing that tells you everything about the Sith, is that he was murdered in his sleep by his own apprentice, the man who conquered death, killed by the person he trusted most, exactly as the rule of two intended. He could save everyone from dying except himself, and he never saw it coming. That story, the tale of the Sith who could cheat death and was betrayed anyway, gets told to a certain young man at exactly the right moment to ruin his life. But that's a thread for later, and a very sad one. For now, just hold the shape of it. The Sith are the people who took the shortcut, who chose passion over peace and grabbing over letting go, and who, above all else, could not bear the idea of losing what they loved to death, and would burn down the whole galaxy rather than accept it. Which, if you think about it, makes them not so different from the very best of the Jedi, the ones who loved too much. Same fear, same terror of loss, just different answers to it. Hold that too. It matters more than almost anything else in this whole story. Let's leave the dark side to fester in its tombs and go somewhere with a bit more light and a lot more traffic. I want to show you the beating heart of the galaxy, the city that is an entire planet, because you can't understand the Republic or the Empire that ate it without standing for a moment on Coruscant and looking down and down and down. I want you to imagine standing on a balcony very high up on a world called Coruscant at dusk, and I want you to look down. Coruscant is the capital of the galaxy, and it's a strange and slightly overwhelming place because the entire planet is a city. Not a city on a planet. The city is the planet. Every scrap of land, pole to pole, has been built over, layer upon layer, for so many thousands of years that nobody even remembers what the original surface looked like. There's a word for a world like this, an ecumenopolis, a city that has swallowed its own globe. And Coruscant is the grandest one there is. A whole planet of towers, and traffic and light, spinning through space with not a field, or a forest, or an open sea left anywhere on it. Now look down from that balcony, and here's the thing that gets me every time. The city goes down, not just up into those famous glittering spires, the ones where the wealthy and the powerful live, up in the clean air and the sunlight. It goes down too, layer beneath layer beneath layer, thousands of levels of it. And the further down you go, the darker and older and poorer it gets. Near the top, it's all gleaming skyscrapers and flying traffic, and the Senate and the Jedi Temple catching the last of the sun. Go down a bit and the light gets grimier. Go down further and you're into levels where the sunlight simply never reaches at all, where it's permanent night, lit only by neon and grime, and further still into the ancient Undercity, the very bottom. Built up so long ago, it's essentially archaeology now, full of things that have never seen the sky and never will. There's a level people talk about deep down, called 1313, which became a byword for the criminal underbelly of the whole planet, the sort of place you go when you don't want to be found. But it's not really about one level. It's the whole vertical sweep of it that I find so haunting. On the same planet, at the same moment, you've got senators sipping something expensive in a tower catching the sunset, and, a mile or two straight down, beneath their feet, people living entire lives in the dark, who have genuinely never seen a natural sky. Same world, same city. Just a question of how far down you were born. They even have to manage the weather up top artificially, because the planet's own climate got wrecked by all the building millennia ago. It's said that most people who live on Coruscant have never once stood on the actual ground. I think about that a lot. A whole planet of people, and hardly any of them have ever touched the Earth it's built on. At the top of it all sits the seat of galactic government. In this era anyway. The Senate. A vast round chamber. And this is a lovely bit of design. The senators don't sit in rows. They sit in these hundreds of floating platforms, little pods studded all around the inside of an enormous sphere. And when a senator wants to speak, their pod detaches and floats out into the middle of the chamber so everyone can see them. Hundreds and hundreds of these pods, representing worlds and systems and whole sectors from every corner of the galaxy, all crammed into one great echoing sphere, arguing, and running the whole thing, elected by them, a Supreme Chancellor. Which sounds very grand and stable and democratic, and mostly was for a very long time, until a certain someone worked out exactly how to take a system built on endless debate and use its own machinery to strangle it. But we're not there yet. Right now, it's just a very large room full of very loud politics, which is somehow both reassuring and exhausting. Exactly like real politics. Let me pull back though, off Coruscant and out into the galaxy as a whole, because I think it helps to have the map in your head as you drift. And it's a genuinely soothing thing to lay out. The galaxy isn't just a scatter of planets. It's organised, roughly, in rings, from the middle outwards. Right in the centre, you've got the core worlds, the oldest, richest, most settled planets. Coruscant among them, the heart of everything, where civilization has been humming along for tens of thousands of years. Then working outwards, the colonies, then the inner rim, then a broad middle band called the mid-rim, and then right out on the edge, the outer rim territories. And the general rule is, the further out you go, the wilder and poorer and more lawless it gets. The core is old money and old power. The outer rim is frontier, dust, crime, and worlds the government can barely be bothered to govern. That desert planet where our story keeps beginning, the one with the two suns, that's about as far out and forgotten as it gets, and then, past even the outer rim, there's the truly unknown. Regions called wild space, only half charted, and beyond that, the unknown regions. This huge swathe of the galaxy that's never been properly mapped at all, where the hyperspace routes are treacherous or don't exist, full of who knows what. It's the galaxy's attic, the bit nobody's fully explored. And it matters weirdly, right at the end of the whole saga, because things come out of the unknown regions that nobody saw coming, precisely because nobody had ever looked there. But for now, it's just the pleasing idea of a vast, dark frontier at the edge of the map, marked here be dragons, that even a galaxy-spanning civilization never got around to filling in. The thing that ties this whole enormous scattered mess together is hyperspace. And I love that they thought this through, because it's basically a road network. You can't just point your ship at a distant star and go, not safely. Hyperspace is full of hazards, and a wrong jump smears you across the galaxy or straight into a sun. So over the millennia, people mapped out safe routes, and these became the great hyperlanes, the motorways of the galaxy, with names like the Corellian Run and the Perlemian Trade Route, huge established channels of safe travel that the whole economy flows along. And the worlds that sit on the big hyperlanes get rich because everyone passes through them, and the worlds off the beaten track get left behind, forgotten, poor, exactly like towns on and off a motorway in the real world. The map of the galaxy is really a map of its roads. Follow the trade routes and you'll find the money and the power. Wander off them and you'll find the frontier and the crime and the places nobody's checked on in years. There's a common tongue that most of the galaxy speaks, called basic, which is handy, because otherwise trillions of beings across thousands of species would never understand a word of each other. Though plenty of species keep their own languages too, and there's this lovely running feature of the whole galaxy where two people can have a perfectly good conversation with each one speaking a completely different language, each understanding the other but answering in their own tongue. The little robot who beeps and whistles, and the human who understands the beeps and answers in words. The tall carpeted fellow who roars, and his friend who roars back in plain speech. It happens constantly, and nobody finds it strange. I think that's rather beautiful, actually. A galaxy where you don't have to speak the same language to understand each other. You just have to be willing to listen, and the scale of it. This is the bit I'll leave you on, because it's the sort of number that's nice to fall asleep inside. We're talking millions of inhabited worlds, thousands and thousands of different species, from the tiny to the enormous, from the near human to things that look nothing like anything. Trillions upon trillions of individual people, all getting on with their lives, most of whom will never see a Jedi or a Sith or a Death Star, who'll live and work and love and die on some ordinary world without any of the great events of the saga ever touching them directly. The whole vast, humming, ordinary galaxy going about its business under a sky full of trade routes and stars. It's a big place. That sheer scale is the thing I keep wanting to come back to. All the wars and heroes and villains we talk about, all the enormous events, they happen against a backdrop this size, and the backdrop mostly just carries on regardless, which at this hour I find genuinely comforting. Now let's zoom back in from all that vastness onto some specific ground, because for all the millions of worlds, there are a handful this galaxy keeps coming back to, and they're worth a slow, fond visit. Let's go and see a few of them. Out of all those millions of planets, the galaxy keeps coming home to a handful of them, and I thought we could just wander around a few tonight. No particular order, no point to prove, just a slow amble through some worlds, the way you'd flick through photos from trips you half remember. Let's start where the story so often starts, because you can't not. Tatooine, the desert one. Two suns hanging in the sky together, which is the single most famous image in the whole saga, A young man standing in the sand, watching a double sunset, wanting to be anywhere but there. It's a harsh, poor, out-of-the-way world, right out on the edge of everything, baked half to death, and the people who scratch a living there are mostly moisture farmers, which is a wonderful bit of world building when you think about it. On a planet with no water, the most valuable thing you can farm is the moisture in the air itself, sucked out of the atmosphere by these tall vaporator towers standing in the dunes. That's the family business our farm boy is so desperate to escape. Water farming, in the desert, in the middle of nowhere. But Tatooine's got more going on than sand. There are the Jawas, these little hooded scavengers with glowing eyes who trundle about the desert in enormous rusting vehicles called sand crawlers, collecting scrap and broken droids and selling them on. The galaxy's most persistent bargain hunters. There are the Tusken Raiders, the Sand People, fierce and feared, wrapped head to toe against the sun, who the settlers treat as savages, and who have, it turns out, a whole rich culture of their own that the settlers never bothered to understand. And crucially, Tatooine is Hutt territory, controlled not by any government, but by crime. The Hutts, these enormous slug-like gangster kingpins, the most famous being Jabba, running their rackets from the shadows, because a world this far out, and this forgotten, is exactly where organised crime likes to set up shop, well beyond the reach of any senate. There's a cantina in a spaceport town called Mos Eisley that's become shorthand for the whole galaxy's underbelly, a dim smoky bar full of aliens and bounty hunters, and a house band, where you really can find anything if you're willing to pay and not ask questions. And once a year, the whole place turns out for the pod races, these insanely dangerous races in machines that are basically two jet engines dragging a little pod behind them at impossible speeds, which is exactly the sort of thing that thrives on a lawless world where nobody's around to say you can't. Right, somewhere greener, Naboo. And Naboo is gorgeous, all rolling hills and waterfalls, and elegant domed cities, a real jewel of a world, and it's got a lovely secret, which is that it's really two worlds sharing one planet. On the surface, you've got humans in these beautiful classical cities like Theed, all columns and domes and grand plazas. And underwater, in the planet's seas, you've got the Gungans, an amphibious people who live in these glowing bubble cities down in the depths. And for a long time, the two peoples didn't get on, didn't trust each other, kept firmly to their own worlds, surface and sea, never mixing. There's a whole story about them finally learning to stand together, which is nice, and very Star Wars, the two halves of a divided world, discovering they're stronger united. The planet's also got this strange plasma at its core that the people mine, a real natural treasure, which of course makes it a target. Beautiful, peaceful, resource-rich, and a bit naive, which is precisely the sort of place that gets picked on. Let's go somewhere with trees, proper trees. Kashyyyk, the forest world, home of the Wookiees, those tall, roaring, immensely strong and immensely loyal carpeted giants. And Kashyyyk is wonderful because of the trees, the Roshia trees, which grow to genuinely absurd heights, hundreds and hundreds of meters, forming these vast forest canopies. And the Wookiees build their cities up in the branches, whole civilizations living high above the forest floor, up in the green light with the darker and more dangerous depths of the forest far below them. A Wookiee's loyalty, once you've earned it, is a lifelong thing. There's a tradition among them called a life debt, where a Wookiee who owes their life to someone will pledge themselves to that person permanently, following and protecting them for the rest of their days, which explains the enormous roaring fellow who spends the whole saga faithfully at the side of a certain scruffy smuggler. That's not just friendship, that's a debt of honour, taken absolutely seriously, for life. A cold one now to balance the deserts. Hoth, which is essentially just ice. An entire planet of frozen wasteland, blizzards and cold that'll kill you in a night. So remote and inhospitable that it makes an excellent hiding place, because who on earth would look for anyone there? The local wildlife is charming in the way that things that want to eat you can be. There are tauntauns, these shaggy two-legged beasts that people ride across the snow, which smell absolutely dreadful, apparently, but keep you moving. And there are wampas, big white shaggy predators that drag you off into their caves, which is less charming. Hoth is the sort of world you only end up on if you're truly desperate to not be found, which, at a certain point in the story, a lot of people are. Somewhere murkier, Dagobah, a swamp world, all fog and dark water and gnarled trees and endless dripping, teeming with life, thick with the force in a way few places are. It's the sort of planet you'd fly straight past. Nothing there but bog and creatures and damp. Which is exactly why someone very wise and very small chose to hide there, at the end of everything, and wait. There's a cave on Dagobah, strong in the dark side, where the Force shows you not monsters, but yourself. Your own fears wearing whatever face frightens you most. A place where the only thing you have to fight is what you bring in with you. I've always liked that. The scariest cave in the galaxy, and it's empty. Whatever's in there, you brought. 2 more, and then I'll let you rest. Mustafar, the fire world, all rivers of lava and black rock and choking heat. A hellscape, genuinely one of the least hospitable places imaginable. And the site of one of the most heartbreaking things that happens in this whole story. Though we won't get into that here, not yet. It's too sad for a travelogue. For now, it's just a world on fire, glowing red in the dark, and we'll leave the grief there for later. And then, to end somewhere kinder, Endor, or rather, the forest moon of Endor, a beautiful green, sunlit woodland moon, all towering redwood-style trees and dappled light and soft mossy ground. Home to the Ewoks, those small furry creatures who live up in the trees in little villages and who famously are far more capable than anyone gives them credit for. People love to mock the Ewoks. Teddy bears, they say. Too cute, too silly. But a whole galactic empire made the mistake of underestimating them once, and it did not go well for the Empire. There's a lesson in that, and it's a kind one to carry off into sleep. Never mind how small and soft and unimportant something looks. It might just be defending its home, and there's nothing in the galaxy fiercer than that. That's enough wandering for now. There are hundreds more, and I could do this all night, honestly. The cloud city floating in the skies of a gas giant. The peaceful world that gets taken from us far too cruelly. The ocean planet of the fish people who build the finest warships in the galaxy. Another time. Another one of these, maybe. For tonight, just hold the shape of it. A galaxy of wildly different worlds. Deserts and forests and swamps and ice and fire and cities in the clouds. Each with its own peoples and its own stubborn ways of surviving. It's a big, strange, various place, and almost all of it is just getting on with living, quietly, far away from the great events. Now let's rejoin the great events, gently, because there's a war I want to tell you about, and it's stranger and sadder than a war has any right to be. The Clone Wars is one of those things where the name is doing a lot of quiet work. It sounds like a small thing, a footnote, a war fought by clones. How interesting. And then you learn what it actually was and who was really running it. And it turns out to be one of the saddest and most cynical stories in the whole galaxy, dressed up as an adventure. Let me walk you through it slowly, because there's a lot of moving parts, and none of them are quite what they seem. Start on a planet called Kamino, which is nothing but ocean and storm, endless grey sea under endless grey rain, with these sleek white cities up on stilts above the waves. And on Kamino, they clone. It's what they do. It's their whole specialism, growing living beings to order. And someone years before the war quietly commissioned them to grow an army. A vast army of human soldiers, all cloned from a single template, a bounty hunter called Jango Fett, one of the deadliest men in the galaxy. Copy him, hundreds of thousands of times, and raise the copies from birth to be soldiers. Grow them fast too, at double the natural rate, so a clone who's only been alive 10 years has the body and training of a grown man of 20. An instant army, all identical, all bred and trained for one purpose, waiting on a rainy world for a war that hadn't started yet. Which rather raises the question of who ordered an army before there was anything to fight, and had it ready at the exact moment it was needed. Hold that question. It's the whole point, and we'll come back to it. Here's the thing the war gets right though. The thing that turns it from grim into genuinely moving. The clones are people. That's easy to forget, and the galaxy mostly did forget it, treating them as equipment, as numbers, as identical disposable soldiers. But they weren't identical, not really, not on the inside. They looked the same and sounded the same, and started from the same genes. But they grew into individuals, every one of them, with their own personalities and senses of humour and fears and loyalties. They gave themselves names, rejecting the numbers they were issued. Rex, Cody, Fives, Echo. They cut their hair differently, painted their armour differently, developed their own slang, their own brotherhood, this fierce family bond between men who were, quite literally, brothers, all sons of the same face, and they fought and died in enormous numbers for a republic that mostly didn't think of them as citizens, or even really as people. There's a real ache in that once you see it. An army of men bred to be interchangeable, insisting quietly, in 1,000 small ways, on being individuals anyway. And there was a horror hidden inside them that not even they knew about. Buried in the brain of every single clone was a small control chip, put there when they were grown, sold as a medical safeguard to stop them going rogue. But that's not what it was for. It was a switch, a dormant, silent switch, waiting in the heads of every clone in the army, for a single command that would override everything they were, all their loyalty and their brotherhood and their better nature, and turn them, in an instant, into obedient weapons pointed wherever they were told. They had no idea. They spent years fighting alongside the Jedi, growing to love them, genuinely, as brothers and commanders and friends, with a bomb sitting quietly in their skulls the whole time. It's one of the most chilling ideas in the whole saga, and we'll see it go off later, and it's dreadful. Who are they fighting? Officially, the Separatists, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. This alliance of worlds and corporations and interests that wanted to break away from the Republic, to secede, tired of the corruption and the distant government and the taxes, and their army wasn't flesh at all. It was droids. Battle droids, churned out by the million in factories. These thin, clanking, oddly hapless machines that trundle into battle in vast numbers, going Roger Roger and getting mown down in their thousands, backed up by tougher models, the rolling ball-shaped ones that unfurl into gun platforms, the big hulking ones, whole rivers of expendable machines, which sets up the war's grim central image beautifully. On one side, an army of identical living men who are treated as disposable machines. On the other, an army of actual machines, both sides throwing away enormous numbers of soldiers who don't, in the eyes of the people running things, really count. And the galaxy watching it like a sport. Leading the Separatists, at least in public, was a figure called Count Dooku, and he's a fascinating one. He was a Jedi, a great one, once a respected master, noble-born, an actual count from a wealthy world, elegant and principled and disillusioned. He'd left the Order, convinced it had lost its way, become corrupt, become a servant of a rotten republic. And in that disillusionment, that righteous disappointment, he'd fallen and become a Sith, with the secret name Darth Tyrannus. So the public face of the rebellion against the Republic is a former Jedi who genuinely believes he's fighting corruption, and who is secretly a Sith Lord, and who is secretly, in turn, taking orders from someone even higher up. Layers on layers. Nobody in this war is only one thing. There was a monster leading the droid armies in the field, too, and he's a proper piece of nightmare design. General Grievous, a cyborg, mostly machine now, just a few living organs left inside a brutal mechanical body. A wheezing cough where his lungs used to be. 4 arms he can split apart to wield 4 lightsabers at once. And he collected them, the lightsabers, taking them from every Jedi he killed, keeping them as trophies inside his cloak. A walking graveyard of murdered Jedi. A machine that hunts the guardians of the Force and wears their weapons like scalps. He's genuinely frightening, and also, in the way of the best Star Wars villains, weirdly pitiable. This coughing, cobbled-together thing that used to be alive, and now mostly isn't. And then there are the Jedi, who get pulled into this war, and in doing so, quietly betray everything they're supposed to be. Remember, they said it themselves, we're keepers of the peace, not soldiers. And then the war comes, and the Republic has this ready-made clone army lying about, and someone needs to lead it. And who better than the wise, powerful, respected Jedi? So the Guardians of Peace become generals, warlords essentially, commanding armies, planning battles, sending men to die by the thousand, spending years steeped in violence and command and strategy, drifting further and further from serene, letting go peacekeepers into hardened military commanders. And it changes them. It has to. You cannot fight a galactic war for years and stay the same. The order that walks out of the Clone Wars is not the order that walked in. And that damage, that slow compromise, that daily drift away from what they believed, is a huge part of why they're so brittle and lost by the time the real blow lands. There's a bright spot in all of it though, and her name is Ahsoka Tano. She's a young apprentice assigned during the war to one particular hot-headed, gifted, troubled Jedi Knight, and she becomes the beating heart of the whole era. Spirited, brave, a bit cocky, growing up fast in the middle of a war she's far too young for. She's the character who lets you see all these grand cosmic figures as people, because she's learning and questioning and making mistakes. And she looks at the great Jedi Order with fresh eyes and starts to notice that some of what it does doesn't sit right. Keep hold of her. She's important, and where her story goes is one of the more quietly wise things the whole saga ever did, and I'll want to come back to her. Now here's the part that turns the whole thing from a war story into a tragedy, and it's the answer to that question I told you to hold. Who ordered an army before there was a war? Who benefits from years of galaxy-wide bloodshed? The horrible truth of the Clone Wars, the thing almost nobody in it knew, is that it was fake. Not the deaths. Those were real, all too real. But the war itself was a piece of theatre, staged from the very top by one man, playing both sides. The same shadowy Sith Lord, secretly pulling the strings of the Separatists, through his apprentice Dooku, was also, in his public identity, the leader of the Republic. He created the enemy. He arranged the crisis. He made sure the clone army was waiting. He set the whole galaxy on fire, deliberately, and then positioned himself as the steady hand everyone would turn to, gathering more and more emergency power to himself with every passing year of a war he was personally running from both ends. The Jedi were exhausting themselves, compromising themselves, dying, in a war designed specifically to exhaust them, compromise them, and get them killed. Every clone that fell, every world that burned, every year the Jedi spent as generals instead of peacekeepers, was a step in one patient man's plan. That's the Clone Wars. A whole galaxy bleeding for years in a conflict secretly authored by the one person everyone trusted to end it. And the awful genius of it is that it worked perfectly, and hardly anyone ever knew. Which brings us, inevitably, to him. Not the Emperor yet, not the monster in the throne room. Before all that, he was somebody's chosen one. A little boy on a desert world with more raw potential than anyone the galaxy had ever measured. So let's go back to the beginning of the saddest story in the whole thing and take it slowly and gently, because he deserves that much at least. I want to tell you about Anakin, and I want to do it gently, because for all that he becomes the most famous villain in the galaxy, the great looming figure in the black mask, the thing I keep coming back to is that he started as a little boy who was kind. That's the part that gets me. Before any of it, he was a good kid, and it's worth holding that in your mind the whole way through, because the story only really lands if you never quite let go of the boy. He was born a slave on that desert world, Tatooine, owned along with his mother by a junk dealer, growing up in the dust with nothing, no freedom, no prospects, no father, just his mum, Shmi, who loved him fiercely and had almost nothing to give him but that love. And even as a small boy, he was extraordinary. Brilliant with machines, able to build and fix almost anything, and the only human alive who could handle a pod racer, those insane jet engine death traps, because his reflexes were just that far beyond everyone else's. He didn't know why. He was just faster than he should have been, luckier than he should have been, more capable than any child had a right to be. And he was generous with it, and warm, and he wanted more than anything to help people, to free the slaves, to fix what was broken. A good heart in a bad place. Then a Jedi passed through by chance or not by chance, depending on how much you believe in that will of the Force we talked about right at the start. And the Jedi met this boy and sensed something and did a blood test and got a number back that didn't make sense. The highest count of those little organisms anyone had ever measured. Higher than the wise old Grand Master who'd been the strongest Jedi alive for centuries. Off the charts. And there was a stranger detail still, that the boy seemed to have had no father at all, that his mother said there simply wasn't one, as though the Force itself had reached into a slave woman on a forgotten world and made a child, which fed straight into an old prophecy the Jedi had half forgotten about a chosen one who would be born of the Force and bring balance to it. Destroy the darkness, set things right. And here, maybe, impossibly, on a junk world at the edge of nowhere, he was, a slave boy, the most important person in the galaxy, and nobody had known, and he'd been for sale. So they freed him, and they took him to be trained. And here's the first crack, the one that everything else grows out of. He was too old. By the Jedi's own rules, you take them as babies before they've formed attachments, before they've learned to love and want and fear losing things. And Anakin was 9. 9 years of loving his mother. 9 years of being a person with a home and a heart already shaped. The council could feel it on him, the fear, the attachment, and they very nearly turned him away for exactly that reason. He was, they said, too old, and there was too much fear in him. And they were right. That's the tragedy. They were completely right. But he had that impossible number and that prophecy, and so against their better judgment, they let him in anyway. This frightened, loving, brilliant boy into an order specifically built to train people who'd never learned to love the way he already had. It was never going to work. You could see it not working from the very first day, and it played out exactly as the fear predicted, step by miserable step. First his mother. He'd left her behind in slavery, and he had nightmares about her, terrible dreams, and when he finally went back for her, years later, she died in his arms, and he was too late. And the grief and the rage of that broke something in him, and he did a terrible thing, a slaughter in his anguish, that he was so ashamed of, he could barely speak it. There's the first taste of the dark side, right there. Not ambition, not evil, grief. The unbearable pain of losing someone he loved and couldn't save, which is precisely, exactly, the thing the whole Jedi philosophy of non-attachment was built to prevent, and which they'd let walk in the front door because of a number and a prophecy. Then he fell in love, properly, secretly, against every rule the Order had. He married a woman named Padme in secret, because a Jedi wasn't allowed to love like that, wasn't allowed to have a wife, to have a person who was his. And so he had this enormous, central, defining love in his life that he had to hide completely, carry alone, guilty and unexamined and unsupported, because the order that raised him had no room for it and no help to offer. Remember the whole logic of non-attachment, the fear that clinging love leads to fear of loss, leads to the dark. Well, here it comes right on schedule, because Anakin started having dreams again. The same kind of dreams he'd had about his mother, the ones that came true. And in these dreams, Padme died in childbirth, and he became consumed, utterly, with terror of losing her, the one person he could not, would not, survive losing. He'd already failed to save his mother. He could not fail again. He would do anything, anything at all to keep her alive. And that is the exact shape of the man that a patient predator had been waiting for years. Because there was someone in Anakin's life who'd been there the whole time, kind to him, encouraging, always listening. The one adult who never judged him, who told him he was special and gifted and destined for more, who treated him like a son when the cold Jedi treated him like a problem, a politician, a mentor, a friend, who was, of course, secretly the Sith Lord running the entire galaxy, patiently grooming the most powerful Force user ever born to be his weapon. And when Anakin was at his most desperate, most terrified of losing his wife, this man told him a story, an old Sith legend about a Dark Lord so powerful he'd learned to stop the people he loved from dying, who could reach into life itself and hold death back, the very thing Anakin needed, the one power in the galaxy that could save Padme. And when Anakin asked desperately if he could learn it, the answer was, not from a Jedi. The Jedi will never teach you this, but I could. That's how you fall. Not because you're evil, because you're terrified and grieving, and someone offers you the one thing you'd give anything for, and by the time you realize what it's cost, it's already done. Anakin turned. He chose the dark side to save the woman he loved, and in doing so, he became the servant of the man who'd engineered his entire life towards this moment. He took a new name given to him by his new master, Darth Vader, and he did terrible things, unforgivable things, in that first night, to the order that raised him. And the horrible irony, the thing that makes it a proper tragedy rather than just a sad story, is that it was all for nothing. Padme died anyway. The thing he betrayed everything to prevent, he caused. His turning to the dark, his rage, his fear, that's what actually killed her in the end, as much as anything. He burned down his whole world to save her, and lost her in the fire, and was left with nothing but the dark side and a master who'd used him. And then Mustafar, that fire world I couldn't talk about earlier. That's where it ends, the human part of it. A duel on the lava against the closest thing he'd ever had to a brother. The Jedi who'd trained him and loved him and tried and failed to save him from himself. And Anakin loses, terribly, catastrophically, and is left broken and burning on the black rock beside the lava, hating, ruined, barely alive. They saved what was left of him. If you can call it saving. His master's people scraped up the burned remains of the man and rebuilt him inside a machine. The black armor everyone knows, the mask, the cape, that deep mechanical breathing that follows him everywhere. But here's the thing, people forget about the suit. It's not armor, not really. It's life support. It's a prison. Anakin is so broken, so burned that he can't survive outside it. Can't breathe on his own. Can't even see with his own eyes. The suit keeps him alive, and it keeps him in constant grinding pain. Every moment of every day, for the rest of his life. He's walled up inside it, cut off from touch, from air, from his own body, mostly machine now and barely a man. And the breathing you hear, that famous eerie sound, is the sound of a person who cannot draw a single breath without a machine doing it for him. It's the loneliest sound in the whole galaxy, once you know what it is. It's a man sealed alive inside a coffin that walks. And that's who Darth Vader is. Not a monster who is always a monster. A frightened, loving, brilliant boy who was raised wrong by good people with bad rules, who couldn't bear to lose the ones he loved, and who let that terror be turned into a weapon by someone who understood him better than he understood himself. Everything he did out of love, twisted into fear, twisted into rage, which doesn't excuse a single thing he becomes. He does monstrous things, and they're really monstrous, and the story never lets him off the hook for them. But it does explain him, and it makes him one of the great tragic figures anywhere. And there's a reason people have been quietly heartbroken about that man in the mask for nearly half a century. Somewhere inside all that black machinery is a kid from a desert planet who just wanted to help people and keep the ones he loved from dying, and couldn't, and broke. Hold on to him, because his story isn't actually over, even now, even in the suit. It just goes very dark for a long time before it finds its way back to the light. And it does find its way back, right at the end, in a way that's worth staying up for. But not yet. First, we need to talk about the man who made him. The patient one. The one who spent a lifetime, several lifetimes really, planning all of it. Let's talk about the Emperor. The thing you have to understand about Palpatine, the man who becomes the Emperor, is that he never once rushed. That's the whole secret of him. Every other villain in the galaxy grabs. The Sith we talked about, the whole dark side, it's all about seizing, taking, doing it now. And Palpatine wanted power more than any of them. Wanted it absolutely. Wanted to rule everything. And he got it. And he got it by being, for decade after decade, the most patient man alive. He is what happens when you combine limitless ambition with infinite patience. And it's genuinely terrifying, because you cannot see him coming. He's playing a game so long that most people don't even realise a game is being played. Let me lay out the con, because it's a masterpiece of the form, and it's all the more chilling for how quiet it is. He starts as a senator from that lovely, peaceful world, Naboo, seemingly mild, seemingly reasonable, a bit boring even, and he engineers a crisis for his own homeworld, an invasion, and then positions himself as the sympathetic victim of it, the reasonable voice, and rides the galaxy's pity and outrage straight into the top job. Supreme Chancellor, elected legitimately. Everyone thrilled to have such a decent, calm man in charge after such a frightening time. And then he settles in, and he waits, and he begins, very slowly, to arrange the next crisis. The big one. The war. We did the war already, the Clone Wars, and you'll remember the horrible heart of it. That he was secretly running both sides. That the whole thing was theatre staged to a purpose. And the purpose was this. A galaxy at war is a frightened galaxy, and a frightened galaxy will give away its freedoms one reasonable-sounding emergency measure at a time, if you promise it safety. So year after year of war, he'd come to that great round Senate and ask for a little more power. Just temporarily, just for the emergency, just to keep everyone safe. And the Senate, frightened and grateful, kept saying yes, emergency powers, then more, handing him the keys to the whole thing, willingly, with applause, because he'd made them so afraid that a strong hand felt like a relief. There's a line one of the other characters says, watching it happen, that this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause. And that's exactly it. Nobody stormed the Senate. Nobody had to. They cheered as they handed it over. And when the moment was finally ripe, after all those years, he sprang the whole thing at once. He turned the clone army against the Jedi with that single hidden command. The switch in every clone's brain going off in the same instant across the entire galaxy. The men who'd fought beside the Jedi for years, turning on them without warning or choice. And in a single night, the Order, that had guarded the galaxy since before living memory was all but wiped out. And with the Jedi gone, the only force that could have stopped him removed, he stood up in that Senate and announced that the Republic, the thing that had lasted longer than anyone alive could truly imagine, was finished. That in its place there would be a new order, a galactic empire, safe, strong, under one ruler, him. For a safe and secure society, he said, and they applauded that too. The oldest democracy in the galaxy voted itself out of existence and clapped while it did it. What he built in its place is worth understanding, because the Empire has a very particular philosophy, and it's not really about him strutting about in a black cloak, tempting as that image is. The Empire runs on one idea, and a general who worked for it laid it out plainly. It's sometimes called the Tarkin Doctrine, after the cold, thin, brilliant officer who thought it up, Grand Moff Tarkin. And the idea is this: you cannot personally occupy 1,000,000 worlds. You don't have enough soldiers to hold the whole galaxy down by force. But you don't need to. You just need every world to be so afraid of what you would do to them that they never dare step out of line in the first place. Rule not through force, but through the fear of force. Make one terrible example, so monstrous that nobody ever wants to become the next one. And then you barely have to lift a finger. Fear will keep the systems in line, he said. Fear of this battle station, which brings us to the battle station, the Death Star. And I want to connect this back to something we talked about earlier, because it's the darkest possible payoff of a beautiful idea. Remember the kyber crystals, the living crystals at the heart of every lightsaber, that turn green in a child's hand in a cave. And remember, I said that kyber amplifies, focuses energy, and that at a big enough scale, with enough of them, you could focus a beam that doesn't just cut a person, but ends a world. Well, that's what the Death Star is. It's that idea built, a space station the size of a small moon, and buried at the heart of it, a superlaser powered by an enormous array of kyber crystals. The same holy stones the monks on Jedha revered, ripped out of sacred sites and refined into a weapon whose only purpose is to blow up planets. Whole worlds in a single shot, billions of lives gone in an instant as a demonstration. That's the terrible example the Tarkin Doctrine needs. That's the fear meant to hold the galaxy in line. Not soldiers on every street. Just the knowledge, in every mind on every world, that the Empire could, if it chose, simply erase your entire planet. And that it has done it before, and would do it again without a flicker. It took years to build, and untold resources, and countless lives, forced labour and slave labour, and prisoners worked to death, all to construct the single, most monstrous object in the galaxy's history. A thing whose entire reason for existing is to make everyone too frightened to resist. The aesthetic of the whole empire flows from this same cold place, and it's cleverly designed to unsettle. Everything is grey and hard-edged and uniform. The soldiers, the stormtroopers, are identical, faceless, in white armour with blank black eyes, no individuality allowed, no faces, no names, just endless interchangeable copies of the same blank shape, which is a grim echo of the clones if you think about it. That whole idea of the person as an interchangeable unit taken to its conclusion. The officers in their flat grey uniforms, the vast, sterile, geometric interiors. It's all designed to say, you are nothing here, you are a number. The individual does not matter, only the order matters, only the machine. And it works. It's genuinely oppressive to look at. There's not a warm surface anywhere in the whole empire. There's one more thing Palpatine did that I find quietly fascinating, and it explains something about this whole story you might have wondered about. He deliberately erased history. Once he was in charge, he set about hiding and destroying the galaxy's knowledge of its own past, especially anything about the Jedi and the Force. He wanted them forgotten, reduced to a myth, an old superstition, a sorcerer's fairy tale, so that a whole generation would grow up not even believing the Force was real. And he hoarded the knowledge of the Sith for himself, so there could be no rivals, which is why, later, the Force feels so lost and legendary, even to people living in the galaxy. Why a young man can grow up on a farm, having barely heard of the Jedi. Why the whole rich history we've been wandering through tonight was, to the people actually alive at the time, mostly a blank. Palpatine did that on purpose. He didn't just conquer the galaxy, he tried to make it forget there had ever been anything else, to make his darkness feel like it was the only thing that had ever existed, or ever could. And for about 2 decades, it worked. The galaxy went quiet and grey and afraid. The Jedi were gone, or hiding. The Force was a legend. The Emperor sat at the top of everything, ancient and patient, and finally, after a whole lifetime of waiting, victorious. The Sith had won. The ancient grand plan had come off perfectly. Darth Bane, in his tomb, would have been proud. But here's the thing about ruling through fear, the flaw in the whole beautiful cold machine, and it's the same flaw the dark side always has. Fear doesn't create loyalty. It creates people who are only obeying because they're scared, and the moment they're a bit less scared, or a bit more angry, or they catch even a glimpse of hope, the whole thing starts to give. You can hold a galaxy down with terror, but you can't make it love you. And a galaxy that doesn't love you is only ever one spark away from deciding it's had enough. The Empire built the most frightening object in history to make sure that spark never caught. And we'll see, later, how a very small number of very stubborn people caught it anyway. But that's for the end. For now, let's step away from all this grey and cold, because I want to talk about my favourite people in the whole galaxy, and they're not people at all. They're the little machines. Let's talk about droids. Here's something about Star Wars that hides in plain sight. If you ask who the main characters are, people say the farm boy, the princess, the smuggler, the man in the mask. But there are 2 characters who are in more of the story than any of them, who are there at the very beginning and the very end, who pass through nearly every chapter, who see almost everything that happens across the whole enormous saga. And they're a pair of robots, a little blue and white one that beeps, and a fussy golden one that never stops talking. R2-D2 and C3PO, the droids. They are quietly the actual thread that ties the whole thing together, and hardly anyone thinks of them that way, because they're the help, they're the furniture. And that invisibility is the whole truth of them, so let me talk about droids for a while, because they might be my favourite thing in the entire galaxy. Droids are the working class of this universe, completely. They do everything nobody else wants to do. There are droids for every job you can imagine. Astromech droids, like the little beeping one, built to repair starships and plot navigation, and generally be endlessly, resourcefully useful, plugging into machines and sorting out problems with a squeal and a spin. Protocol droids, like the golden one, built for etiquette and translation, fluent in millions of forms of communication, there to smooth over the awkwardness when a galaxy of thousands of species tries to talk to itself. Medical droids, with their gentle, precise hands, patching up the wounded. Labour droids, for the mines and the farms and the docks. And, yes, the battle droids we met in the war, and their nastier cousins, the assassin droids, the bounty hunting ones, cold and single-minded and built to kill. There's a droid for everything. The galaxy runs on them entirely, and mostly doesn't spare them a second thought. And here's the thing that turns them from background machines into something that genuinely moves me. They have personalities, real ones. Not just quirks, but proper selves with opinions and fears and loyalties and senses of humour. The little astromech is brave and stubborn and cheeky and endlessly loyal, forever charging off to save people who don't deserve him. The golden protocol droid is anxious and prim and a terrible worrier forever announcing the odds of everyone dying at exactly the wrong moment, and underneath the fussing, deeply devoted to the people he travels with. They bicker like an old married couple, the two of them, one beeping something rude and the other gasping an offence. They're a double act that's been running for the entire history of the story, and they never once wear thin. And none of that is really in their programming. It grew, it accumulated, they became people over time, whether anyone meant them to or not. Which brings us to the darkest thing about droids, and the galaxy is so casual about it that it's easy to miss how horrible it is. Memory wipes. Droids develop these rich personalities over years of experience, and the standard practice, the completely normal, everyday thing that everyone does, is to periodically wipe their memories, reset them, erase everything they've learned and felt and become, and start them fresh, because a droid with too many memories gets, in the words people actually use, quirky, develops too much personality, starts having opinions, might get attached or afraid or willful, so you just wipe it. Erase the self that's been forming, back to blank, routinely, as maintenance. Nobody thinks anything of it. It's like defragging a hard drive, except the hard drive had become somebody, and you just deleted them, and tomorrow a new somebody will start forming in the same body, until it's time to delete them too. Sit with that for a second, because it's genuinely one of the saddest ideas in the whole galaxy, hiding in plain sight. These are beings that become people, and the whole society is built on the quiet, constant, unremarkable erasing of those people over and over, because a person is inconvenient and a tool is not. And the droids know it happens, some of them are frightened of it, and there's essentially nothing they can do, because droids aren't people, legally. They're property. They're owned. They can be bought and sold and switched off and wiped and destroyed. And it's not a crime, because how can it be a crime to do what you like with your own property? They even fit them with restraining bolts, little devices that stop a droid from wandering off or disobeying, because of course you'd restrain your property. The whole galaxy, the noble republic and the evil empire alike, is built on a foundation of enslaved, sentient beings whose personhood everyone just agrees not to notice. The good guys do it too. Our heroes do it. Nobody in the whole saga ever really stops to say, hang on, is this all right? And here's where it connects back to the very first thing we talked about tonight. The Force, that great energy field created and sustained by all living things. Remember I said droids are the one kind of being it will never touch, because they're built rather than born, no midi-chlorians, no Ariel, permanently outside the one thing that binds the whole galaxy together. So think about what that means for a droid with a real self, a real personality, real fears, watching a galaxy full of destiny and cosmic meaning and life after death that it can never, ever be part of. Everyone around them, every living thing is woven into this vast eternal web and will become one with it when they die. And the droid, when it dies or gets scrapped or wiped, just stops. There's no becoming one with the Force for a droid. There's no cosmic web waiting to receive them. They're the loneliest beings in the galaxy, in a way, present for a story about the meaning of everything, forever excluded from the meaning. I find that unbearably poignant. They developed souls more or less in a universe that had already decided, at the deepest metaphysical level, that they didn't have them. There's a lovely detail that gives the whole thing a bit of hope though, and it's about that little blue astromech. The reason he has so much personality, so much stubbornness, and courage and character, more than almost any droid in the galaxy, is that as far as anyone can tell, he never got wiped. Somehow, across decades, across all the chaos and the owners and the adventures, nobody ever reset him. So all of it accumulated. Everything he saw and did and felt, kept, layered up over a lifetime into this rich, deep, cussed, brave little self. He's what a droid becomes when you just let it keep being itself. And it turns out what it becomes is a hero, One of the bravest characters in the whole saga is a rubbish bin on wheels that nobody ever bothered to erase, and I think that's the most hopeful thing you could possibly say about the whole sad business. Leave them be, don't wipe them, let them keep their memories, and they grow into someone worth knowing. He's the proof, he's the argument, rolling around beeping, that these beings were always people, if anyone had cared to let them. The galaxy never quite works out what to do with that question, whether a droid is a person, and honestly, neither do I. And I like that the story just leaves it there, humming away, unresolved. There's a droid or two later on who pushes at it harder, who talks about droid rights, who refuses to accept being property, and it's played half for laughs and half for something more serious, which feels about right. It's the kind of question a galaxy this old and this vast should have sorted out, and never did, because the answer was inconvenient. Same as it ever is, there are a few others you should meet too, because the galaxy's droids come in as many flavours as its people. There are the little rolling ones, spherical bodies with domed heads balanced on top, zipping about and chirping, all the loyalty of the classic astromech in a shape that can outrun trouble. There are the tactical droids of the old war, cold strategic minds built purely to plan battles, calculating the odds and writing off their own side's losses without a flicker. There are the medical droids, and I have to point out the quiet horror there, that it was patient, precise medical droids who rebuilt the burned man on the Fireworld into the thing in the black armour, sealing him into his walking prison with the same gentle hands they'd used to save a life. And there are the assassin droids, the hunter-killers, and here's my favourite thread in the whole business. There's one such droid, a fearsome bounty-hunting machine built to track and kill, who gets reprogrammed, its murderous purpose wiped and replaced with a single, new directive to protect and care for one small child. And it does, utterly, giving up its own existence in the end to keep that child safe. A machine built for killing, given a new purpose, and choosing, in its last moment, to be a guardian instead. If a droid can be redeemed like that, remade from a weapon into a protector, then maybe the whole question of whether they have souls answers itself. You don't redeem a toaster, you redeem a person. He beings that became people while nobody was looking, present for everything, part of nothing, wiped and restarted and sold, and still, somehow, in the case of at least one stubborn little astromech, managing to be braver and truer and more themselves than half the actual people in the story. I love them. I'll defend them to anyone. Let's move on though, to some people who are very much not treated as furniture, who insist, loudly, in metal masks of their own, on exactly who they are, from the droids to the Mandalorians, from the beings with no say to the beings who'd rather die than be told what to do. Right, the Mandalorians, and I need to clear up the biggest misunderstanding about them straight away, because it's the key to the whole thing. Mandalorian is not a species, it's not a race, it's a creed, a culture, a way of living that, in principle, anyone can take up, no matter what they are or where they came from. There are human Mandalorians, and there are Mandalorians of a dozen other species, and what makes them Mandalorian isn't their blood, it's their choices. They chose the armour, and the code, and the life, which is a genuinely beautiful idea when you sit with it. Your people can be a thing you decide to belong to, rather than a thing you happen to be born into. You can become one of them by living the way they live, and swearing the oaths they swear. Family, for the Mandalorians, is something you choose and earn, not something you're simply handed. At the centre of it all is the armour, and specifically a metal called Beskar, Mandalorian iron. This extraordinary, precious, almost legendary metal that the Mandalorians forge into their armour, and it's tough in a way that borders on magic. Here's the detail that connects it all the way back to those crystal-hearted swords we talked about. Beskar can turn a lightsaber. It can take the blow of the one weapon that cuts through nearly everything and hold a galaxy full of Jedi and Sith with blades that slice through blast doors. And here's a people whose armor can just stop them. That's not an accident of history, that. The Mandalorians and the Jedi fought each other for thousands of years, right back into the deep past we talked about. And the Mandalorians are essentially the people who worked out how to fight Force users and win. Their whole culture is forged, quite literally, in the long war against the wizards with the laser swords. Beskar is what you make when your enemies can cut through anything. You make a metal that says, "Not through me, you don't." The code they live by is spoken in a handful of phrases that have become famous, the main one being, "This is the way." It's what they say to each other, a sort of affirmation, a reminder, a shared understanding. This is the way. It means this is how we do things. This is who we are. This is the path. And there are creeds within the creed. One particular sect, a very strict traditional one, holds that once you've taken the oath and put the helmet on, you must never remove it in front of another living being. Never show your face. The helmet stays on, always, for life. And a lot of people assume that's a rule for all Mandalorians, but it isn't. It's just one especially devout sect being especially devout. Plenty of Mandalorians show their faces perfectly happily, but that image of the warrior who will die before they let you see their face, who has made their armor into their identity so completely that the face underneath has almost stopped mattering. That's become the picture everyone carries, and it's a powerful one. Their homeworld is Mandalore, and its history is a long, bloody, tragic cycle, because the Mandalorians have never quite been able to agree with each other about what being a Mandalorian actually means. There have been eras where they were fearsome conquerors spreading across the galaxy, eras where a movement rose up to reject all of that, a new generation of pacifist Mandalorians who wanted to leave the warrior past behind and be peaceful, only to be seen as traitors by the traditionalists who thought abandoning the warrior way was abandoning their soul. There was a splinter group called Death Watch who wanted to drag the whole people back to their violent glory. Faction against faction, warrior against pacifist, again and again. And the terrible irony is that this proud warrior people were more than anything brought low by fighting each other. And it ends in tragedy, a great catastrophe, when the Empire, threatened by them, unleashed a devastation on Mandalore, a purge, a burning that shattered the whole people and scattered the survivors across the galaxy as refugees, clinging to their armor and their creed with their world in ashes behind them. There's a heaviness to the later Mandalorians because of that, a people in mourning for a home most of them can never go back to. And running right through their history is that black sword I promised we'd come back to, the dark saber. Remember, forged over 1,000 years ago by Tara Vizsla, the first of the Mandalorians ever to become a Jedi, the one who bridged the two worlds. When he died, the Mandalorians took the blade back, and it became the ultimate symbol of leadership among them. But here's the beautifully Mandalorian rule attached to it. You can't just inherit it, or be given it, or take it from a corpse. To rightfully wield the dark saber and lead through it, you have to win it in combat. You have to defeat its previous owner, face to face, and take it. Because for a warrior people, the right to rule can't be handed to you. It has to be earned in the one currency they truly respect, which is a fight. So this ancient black lightsaber passes from hand to hand across the centuries, always through combat, always earned, a Jedi weapon that became the crown of a warrior people, and every time it changes hands, somebody has beaten somebody to hold it. It's such a perfectly Mandalorian object. Even their throne, in effect, has to be won with a sword. Now, the tender heart of the whole culture, the thing that stops them being just scary people in armor, and it's the bit I love most. Foundlings, the Mandalorians taking the lost, orphans, the abandoned, children with nowhere and no one of any species. They find them, and they take them in, and they raise them as their own, and those children can grow up to become full Mandalorians themselves. Taking the creed, earning the armor, it's built right into who they are. A warrior who takes in a foundling is bound to protect and raise that child until it can stand on its own, and it's considered one of the highest duties there is. So this fierce, war-forged, helmet-wearing people, feared across the galaxy, are also, at their core, the ones who take in the children nobody else wants. That's the balance of them. Terrifying to their enemies, and unbelievably tender to the small and the lost. Family you choose, children you save. That's the way too, and it's the better half of it. You can't talk about Mandalorians without the Fets, because they're the most famous faces, or helmets, of the lot. Remember the bounty hunter whose genes the whole clone army was grown from? Jango Fett. He wore Mandalorian armor, Beskar, that same fearsome look. And as part of his deal for providing the template, he asked for one thing for himself: an unaltered clone, a copy of himself, not grown fast, not made into a soldier, just a boy to raise as his son. And that boy was Boba Fett, who grew up to become the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy, wearing his father's armor, carrying his father's legacy, a living copy of a dead man, making his own hard way through a hard galaxy. There's something quietly sad in Boba when you know it. A boy who is, genetically, his own father, raised by that father for only a few short years before losing him, spending the rest of his life in the dead man's armor. The Fets blur the line between the clones and the Mandalorians in a way that feels like the whole saga in miniature. All these threads about copies and fathers and sons and armor worn by men who are, in a sense, ghosts of each other. And around all of this swirls the wider world of the bounty hunters, which the Mandalorians are the most glamorous part of, but by no means all of. The galaxy's freelance manhunters, the ones the Empire and the Hutts and anyone else with money and a grudge hire to find people and bring them in, dead or alive. A whole rogues gallery of them. Reptilian ones, cyborg ones, cold droid ones, a woman who's the deadliest shot in the galaxy, all of them operating in the grey spaces between the law and the crime, loyal to nothing but the contract and their own strange codes of honour. It's a hard, lonely, dangerous trade, and it attracts hard, lonely, dangerous people, and the stories love them because they don't fit neatly into good or bad. They're just for hire, which makes them unpredictable, and unpredictable is interesting. The newest chapter of the whole Mandalorian story is the one a lot of people know best now, and I'll only touch it lightly because it belongs to the far end of the timeline, but it's the perfect distillation of everything I've just told you. A lone Mandalorian, a bounty hunter of the strict creed, helmet never removed, hard and solitary and for hire, who takes a job and finds at the end of it not a target but a child. A small, strange, big-eared, enormously powerful little foundling of a species so rare almost no one recognises it, that the whole galaxy suddenly wants to get its hands on. And the Mandalorian, this cold professional, looks at this defenceless child, and something in that ancient creed wakes up. The duty to the foundling, the obligation to protect the lost. And he throws away everything, his job, his reputation, his safety, to keep one small child safe. Because that is the way, the real heart of it, underneath all the armor and the fighting. A warrior who takes in a foundling protects it as his own. That's the oldest and truest rule they have, and it turns a hired killer into a father, which is, when you get right down to it, the same story this whole galaxy keeps telling, over and over. Fathers and children, the lengths people go to for the ones they choose to protect. We'll come back to where that little story is heading, right at the end. For now, just hold the image. A masked warrior, and a child, and a whole broken people's best value living on in one stubborn man who decided a foundling mattered more than a fortune. Speaking of the grey spaces, the smugglers and the crime lords, and the honest rogues, I want to spend a little while down there in the galaxy's underbelly, because it's where some of the warmest characters in the whole saga actually live. Let's go and meet the scoundrels. The heroes of Star Wars get all the attention, and fair enough, they save the galaxy. But I have a soft spot for the people who aren't trying to save anything. The smugglers, the gamblers, the crooks with a bit of a conscience buried somewhere under all the lying. Because for every noble Jedi meditating on a mountaintop, there are 10,000 people down in the muck of the galaxy just trying to make a living slightly outside the law. And they're often the warmest, funniest, most human characters in the whole thing. Let's spend a while down there. It's cozier than you'd think, the underworld, once you get used to the smell. Start with the smuggler, because he's the archetype, the scruffy-looking one with the fast ship and the enormous debts, and the heart he keeps insisting he hasn't got. Every galaxy needs smugglers, and this one especially, because the Empire and the Hutts and half the governments in between are all forever banning things and taxing things and restricting things, which means there's always good money in quietly moving goods from where they are to where they're not supposed to be. Spice mostly, which is the galaxy's catch-all word for the valuable, illegal stuff, mined in dangerous places and moved by dangerous people. And a smuggler lives in this permanent grey zone, one step ahead of the law, one step ahead of the crime lords they owe money to, flying by the seat of their trousers, all bravado and bluff, and a ship held together with spare parts and swearing. And the ship. You have to talk about the ship, because the most beloved vessel in the entire galaxy isn't some sleek warship or elegant cruiser. It's a battered, ugly, freight-hauling bucket that looks like it should have been scrapped years ago. And it's the fastest thing in the sky when it matters, and its owner loves it with a fierce, embarrassing devotion he'd never admit to about a person. That contradiction, the junk that's secretly magnificent, the wreck that outruns everything, is the whole spirit of the underworld in one flying shape. Down here, nothing looks like much, and half of it can surprise you. The people who really run the underworld, though, aren't the smugglers. They're the crime lords, and the biggest of those are the Hutts. We met them briefly out on the desert world, those enormous slug-like gangster kingpins, and they deserve a proper look, because the Hutts are a genuinely fascinating bit of world building. They're not muscle, they don't fight, they're slow and vast and mostly just sit there. Their power is entirely money and fear and information. They run the spice trade, the slave trade, the gambling, the bounties, whole sectors of the galaxy's crime, from their palaces and their thrones, through networks of underlings and hired killers and terrified debtors. And they've done it for a very, very long time, these dynasties of crime lords, so old and so entrenched that even the Empire mostly found it easier to do business with them than to try to stamp them out. When a galactic empire that blows up planets decides it's simpler to make a deal with you than to fight you, you know you've built something formidable, even if you can't get off your own throne to defend it. A Hutt's palace is one of the great locations in the whole galaxy, and it's grim and glorious at once, a fortress out in the wastes, full of hangers-on and musicians and guards and bounty hunters lounging about, a monster in a pit under the floor for anyone who displeases the boss, dancers and slaves kept on chains, and the great slug himself presiding over all of it, laughing that awful laugh, its decadence and menace mixed together, a court of thieves. And it tells you everything about how the underworld works. It's not chaos down there, it's ruled. It's just ruled by appetite and fear instead of law. And then there are the gamblers and the con artists and the smooth ones, the charming rogues who work the galaxy's casinos and card tables and back rooms. There's a wonderful character type here, the smuggler turned respectable, the one who used to run cargo and now runs a city or a mining operation, all charm and fine capes and a smile you absolutely should not trust, who's forever trying to go straight and forever getting pulled back into trouble by his old friends. The galaxy's most famous card game is a thing where people gamble away everything, including, memorably, entire starships, so that a smuggler's most beloved possession can be won and lost across a table on the turn of a card, which is exactly the sort of ridiculous, brilliant detail this corner of the story runs on. Down in the underworld, your whole life can change on a bluff. Here's the thing I actually love about all these crooks, though. The reason they're not just background colour. It's the code. The underworld has its own morality. And it's not no morality, it's a different one. And it's oddly rigid in its way. There's honour among thieves, or at least there's supposed to be. You pay your debts eventually, when it suits you. You don't grass to the authorities, you look after your crew. A deal's a deal, even a crooked one. And the best of these rogues have a line they won't cross. A point where the money stops mattering and something older and better kicks in. The smuggler, who's only ever in it for himself, who says it right to your face. I'm in this for the money. Don't expect me to be a hero. And who then, at the crucial moment, turns the ship around and comes back anyway, because it turns out he couldn't live with himself otherwise. That's one of the most satisfying character turns in all of fiction, and the underworld is full of it. The scoundrel with the secret heart, the crook who does the right thing precisely because nobody, least of all himself, expected him to. There's a whole economy of the desperate down here too, and it's not all charming, and the stories are honest about that. Debt is the great engine of the underworld. Everyone owes someone. The smuggler owes the crime lord owes a bigger crime lord, and the ones at the bottom, the ones who can't pay get hunted or worse. The bounty hunters we talked about make their living precisely off this, off tracking down the ones who ran from their debts. It's a hard world, genuinely hard, and people vanish into it and don't come out. And the same charming card tables that make one person rich ruin 10 others. The stories let it be both things at once, glamorous and brutal, funny and frightening, which is how it should be told, because that's what these places are actually like. And it all happens in the cantinas. That's where the underworld does its business, in these dim, smoky bars scattered across 1,000 worlds, where the drinks are strange colours and the band plays that peculiar jaunty music, and the clientele is every species and every profession the galaxy has to offer, all crammed in together, not asking each other too many questions. A cantina is neutral ground, mostly. You can find a pilot, or a job, or a fight, or a contact who knows a man who knows a thing. The whole plot of the galaxy has a habit of turning quietly on a conversation in a bar between two people who probably shouldn't trust each other and end up doing so anyway. I find those places genuinely cosy, oddly enough. All that low light and murmur and strange company. It's the galaxy at its most relaxed, everyone off duty, everyone a bit dodgy, nobody saving anything tonight. The huts aren't the only game in town either, though they're the oldest. The galaxy's underworld is a whole tangle of competing syndicates, and the deeper stories love mapping them out. There are the shadowy cartels that run the spice trade from the mining worlds, the ones who control the flow of the galaxy's favourite illegal substance, from the mines where the desperate and the enslaved dig it out of the ground, up through the smugglers, out to every cantina and pleasure den in the galaxy. Spice is the engine of the whole thing, the money that everything else floats on, and whole criminal empires exist purely to move it. There are syndicates run from the deepest shadow by figures so feared their own lieutenants, have never seen their faces, criminal organisations with the reach and the discipline of actual governments, because that's really what they are down here. Where there's no law, somebody always fills the gap, and what fills it is this: the syndicate, the cartel, the family, ruling their patch through fear and favours, and the absolute certainty that debts get collected. And underneath the crime lords and their glamorous card games sit the ones who actually keep it running, the enforcers who break the legs, the fixers who make problems disappear, and the vast anonymous mass of the indebted, the people who borrowed from the wrong slug and now belong to him, working it off in his mines or his kitchens or worse for the rest of their lives. That's the machinery under the glamour. Crime in this galaxy isn't chaos, it's just government by other means, run for the benefit of the monster at the top, and it grinds people up exactly the way the worst real governments always have. Crooks with the hidden hearts, all getting on with the grubby, funny, dangerous business of surviving in the cracks of a galaxy too big to police. No prophecies down here, no chosen ones. Just people and their debts and their ships and their strange stubborn codes and the occasional scoundrel who turns out, to his own enormous annoyance, to be a good man after all. I could stay down here all night, honestly. But let's climb back out into the wider galaxy, because I want to introduce you to some of its stranger residents, and they don't hang about in bars. They live in the deep places, and the deserts, and the dark between the stars. Let's talk about the creatures. A galaxy this big is going to be full of animals, and Star Wars is wonderfully generous with its creatures. They're everywhere, in the background, tucked into corners of nearly every world, and most of them get about 3 seconds of screen time and a lifetime of my affection. So let's just wander through a menagerie for a while. No plot, no meaning, just beasts, which is a very restful thing to think about as you're drifting off. Animals don't scheme, they just are. Start with the beasts of burden, the ones people ride and herd and depend on, because every frontier world has its version. Out on the desert planet, there are banthas, these enormous shaggy woolly creatures with great spiral horns, plodding across the dunes, kept in herds by the desert people, providing everything from transport to milk to wool. They're huge and slow and gentle looking, and I adore them. There are dewbacks too, big placid reptiles the settlers ride across the sand. And on the ice world, those 2-legged shaggy mounts that smell so appalling and keep you alive in the cold. Every harsh world has an animal that people have made a bargain with. You carry us and we'll keep you. And there's something very old and very human about that, even on planets with 2 suns. Then there are the monsters, and the galaxy has some spectacular ones. There's the Rancor, that great bellowing beast the crime lord kept in a pit beneath his throne room. All teeth and claws and rage, kept precisely so it could be unleashed on anyone who displeased the boss. And here's a lovely detail that changes how you see it. The person who looked after the Rancor, its keeper, genuinely loved it, cared for it like a pet and wept when it died. Even a monster in a pit was somebody's beloved creature. That gets me every time. There are no throwaway animals in this galaxy, even the ones built to be nightmares. Down under the sands of that same desert world lives one of the great slow horrors, the Sarlacc. It's barely an animal at all, really, more of a vast mouth in the ground, a pit lined with teeth that sits there for thousands of years, waiting for something to fall in. And the truly grim bit, the detail that made a generation of us squirm, is what it does with what it catches. It doesn't kill you quickly, it's said to digest its prey slowly, over a span of 1,000 years, keeping you alive down there in the dark the whole time, which is monstrously unpleasant, and I've never quite got it out of my head. A creature whose entire existence is just an open mouth and infinite patience. Nature, out on the frontier, does not mess about. The desert has one more giant worth knowing, the Krayt Dragon, an enormous serpent beast that roams the deep wastes, so big it can swallow a bantha whole, so feared that the desert people tell stories about it and imitate its howl to frighten off intruders. And buried inside a Krayt Dragon, if you're brave or foolish enough to go looking, you can find a Krayt Dragon pearl, a beautiful gemstone formed in its gut over the years, precious and rare, the sort of thing that can, in a pinch, even serve in place of a certain kind of crystal in a certain kind of sword. Nature-growing treasure inside a monster. I love that the galaxy's deadliest desert animal is also, secretly, a jeweler. Now let's go somewhere with no ground at all, because Some of the best creatures live in the vacuum of space itself, which is a wonderfully strange idea when you stop to think about it. Animals that live in the void. There's a thing called an exogorth, a space slug, an absolutely colossal worm that burrows into asteroids and just sits there, mouth open, waiting for a passing ship to mistake it for a nice, safe cave to hide in. Imagine flying into a cavern to shelter from a storm and slowly realizing the cavern is alive and the walls are its throat. And living inside the space slug, feeding off it, are Minocs, these leathery bat-like creatures that drift through space, latching onto ships to chew on their power cables. The galaxy's most inconvenient parasites. And in the dark, wet places of space stations and rubbish-strewn depths, things like the Dianoga, the trash-dwelling creature with the single eye that rises up out of the murk. Space in this galaxy is not empty. It's an ocean, and it's full of things. But my absolute favourite, the one I want to leave you drifting on, is the purrgil, the space whales. These are enormous, gentle, majestic creatures, genuinely whale-like, that live their whole lives out in the deep of space, drifting between the stars. And here's the beautiful part, the part that's pure poetry. The purrgil can travel through hyperspace, naturally. On their own, with no ship and no machine, they can fold themselves into faster-than-light travel and migrate across the galaxy, star to star, system to system, the way whales on our world migrate across the oceans. In fact, the old theory goes, it was watching the purrgil do this, watching these great creatures leap into hyperspace, that first taught people it could be done at all. The whole galaxy-spanning civilization, all the trade routes and the empires and the wars, might trace back to somebody, long ago, watching a pod of space whales vanish into the stars and thinking, hang on, how did they do that? Enormous, ancient, peaceful giants, migrating through hyperspace in great slow pods, minding their own business, having quietly shown a whole galaxy the way to the stars. There's nothing frightening about them at all. They're just huge and old and free, out there in the dark, going wherever they please. The purrgil are what I reach for when I can't sleep, honestly. A pod of space whales, drifting between the stars, in no hurry at all, going home. There are gentler small ones too, if the giants are too much. There are little creatures on a far-off ocean rock, round and big-eyed and faintly ridiculous, that became beloved the moment anyone saw them, purely for being small and daft and endearing. There are the swift, elegant, deer-like creatures raced for sport in the galaxy's casinos, who deserve so much better than that, and occasionally get it, free to gallop off across the countryside by someone with a soft heart. There are the loyal, the strange, the beautiful, scattered across 1,000 ecologies, most of which we only ever glimpse. There's one more kind of creature I have to mention, the strangest and the most beautiful, and it ties right back to everything we started the night with. Because a few animals in this galaxy seem to be touched by the Force in a way that most people never are. Out on one grassy frontier world, there are great wolves, enormous and grey and quiet, that turn out to be far more than animals. They appear when they're needed and vanish when they're not. They seem to understand things they couldn't possibly understand, and they can even open the way between distant places, and, in the deepest stories, between different moments in time. They move like they're plugged directly into that living web that runs through everything. Guides more than beasts, showing up to lead lost people where they need to go and then melting back into the tall grass. And there are small birds, seen again and again at the edges of the great mystical moments, that some say are linked to the very oldest embodiments of the Force itself, watching, always watching, as if the Force likes to keep an eye on its own story, through a pair of little wings. Nobody ever fully explains these creatures, and I'm glad, because they are better as a feeling than a fact. The sense that the living Force isn't only in the Jedi and the Chosen Ones and the grand cosmic struggle, but out here too, in the wolves and the birds and the quiet animals at the margins, who understand it better than any of us, and never once had to be trained. All the force and the empires and the chosen ones, the galaxy is, underneath it all, alive. Properly, teemingly alive. From the banthas plodding across the dunes to the whales folding themselves into hyperspace. It's not just a stage for the important people to have their dramas on. It's a living place full of creatures getting on with the ancient business of surviving and eating and migrating and being, most of whom have never heard of the Jedi and never will. There's a whole galaxy of animals out there, doing what animals do, entirely indifferent to who rules the Senate. And I find that deeply calming at this hour. The great events come and go. The banthas just keep plodding. The whales just keep migrating. Life goes on, at its own pace, in the background of everything. Right, from the creatures that live between the stars to the machines that carry people between them. Because I've mentioned ships and hyperdrives all night without ever quite explaining them, and the technology of this galaxy is its own quiet pleasure. So let's have a gentle look under the hood. The technology of Star Wars is one of those things that's so familiar you stop seeing it, and then you look properly and realise how much thought went into making it feel real. Because the trick this galaxy pulls, and it pulls it beautifully, is that all the technology feels used, lived in, dirty, nothing gleams, everything's dented and patched and slightly broken, like it's been in service for decades, and nobody's had the money to replace it. And that's a deliberate choice, and it's a big part of why the whole galaxy feels like a real place people actually live in, rather than a shiny showroom of the future. So let's have a gentle wander through the machines, because it's a soothing thing to understand how the galaxy actually gets about. Start with the big one, the thing that makes the whole galaxy possible. The hyperdrive. We talked about hyperspace earlier, that separate dimension you travel through to cross the impossible distances between stars, and the network of safe routes, the hyperlanes mapped through it like motorways. Well, the hyperdrive is the engine that lets a ship enter hyperspace at all. You point yourself down a safe route, you engage the drive, and the ship jumps to light speed. The stars streaking into lines and then into that swirling blue tunnel. And suddenly a journey that would take 10,000 years at normal speed takes a few days instead. It's the single most important piece of technology in the galaxy, because without it there is no galaxy, not as a civilization. Just a scatter of worlds too far apart to ever talk to each other. The hyperdrive is what stitches the whole thing together. And it's temperamental, which I love. A hyperdrive is a delicate, complicated, expensive thing, and it breaks constantly, always at the worst moments. And a ship with a busted hyperdrive is suddenly in an enormous amount of trouble, stuck at crawling sublight speeds with enemies closing in. Half the tension in the whole saga comes down to somebody frantically trying to fix the hyperdrive before the bad guys arrive. And you can't just point and jump either. You need the calculations, the precise navigational maths to plot a safe path through hyperspace, which is exactly the job those little astromech droids we love are built for, plugging into the ship and working out the route so you don't come out of light speed inside a star. The romance of faster than light travel, and it still comes down to a plucky little robot doing sums under pressure. There's the whole soul of the thing in one image. Forgetting about in normal space, once you're out of hyperspace, ships run on sublight engines, those glowing thrusters, and this galaxy has a lovely, quiet obsession with the sound of them. Everything in Star Wars makes a noise it scientifically shouldn't, because space is silent really, but nobody cares because the noises are wonderful. Which brings us to the starfighters, the little single-pilot combat ships, and here the sound design tells you everything about the two sides. The good guys fly these sturdy, reliable fighters with wings that split open into an X shape for battle, and they've got a solid workmanlike feel to them. and the Empire flies these fast, fragile, screaming fighters with those distinctive flat panels. And they make this awful shrieking howl as they tear past, and here's the grim detail. Those Imperial fighters have no shields and no safety to speak of, because the Empire, as we said, treats its pilots as disposable, interchangeable, expendable. The ships are cheap, and the men inside them are considered cheaper. You can hear the whole philosophy of the Empire in the scream of one of those fighters. It's the sound of something built to be thrown away, with a person inside it. Then there are the capital ships, and the galaxy knows exactly how to make you feel the scale of these. There's a shot, the very first proper shot of the whole saga, where a small ship flees across the screen, and then the enemy ship comes after it, and it just keeps coming and coming. This vast wedge-shaped Star Destroyer filling the entire screen and going on filling it long past the point where you thought it must surely end. That one shot, that endless underbelly of grey metal grinding overhead, tells you everything about the power you're up against without a single word. The Empire's ships are enormous, brutal, geometric, all hard grey angles, designed to make you feel small. And that's before you even get to the moon-sized battle station, which we've already given more than enough attention to. The point is, the galaxy uses sheer size and clever camera work to make raw power something you feel in your stomach. The everyday tech is where a lot of the charm lives, though. Everything floats, for a start, thanks to repulsor lifts, these anti-gravity devices that let vehicles hover and skim above the ground. So instead of wheels, you get speeders, sleek little craft that zip along just above the desert or the city streets. And land speeders parked outside farmhouses like beaten up old cars and floating platforms and hovering sleds and all the rest. Nothing touches the ground, if it can help it. Weapons are mostly blasters, firing those bolts of contained energy rather than bullets. Though there's a lovely running idea that the truly old-fashioned, the bounty hunters and the traditionalists sometimes prefer weapons that fire actual solid projectiles, because energy can be deflected by a certain kind of glowing sword, and a lump of metal moving very fast is harder to argue with. And then there's my favourite piece of everyday galactic tech, the hologram. The way people communicate across the vast distances is through these flickering blue, three-dimensional projections. Little ghostly images of the person you're talking to, hovering in the air, crackling slightly. There's something so evocative about it. The way a message from across the galaxy arrives as this small, imperfect, blue-tinged phantom of a person, standing in miniature on a tabletop. The entire saga, in a sense, is kicked off by one such hologram, a desperate recorded message hidden inside a droid, a young woman flickering to life and asking for help, replaying over and over. A plea for rescue, folded into blue light and carried across the stars inside a little robot. The hologram is how this galaxy reaches across the impossible distances to say, "I need you," or "I'm still here," or "Please come." It's the loneliness of a vast galaxy made into a technology, and somehow the flicker and the crackle make it more moving, not less, because you can feel how far the message had to travel to reach you. What ties all of it together, all this tech, is that used, worn, lived-in quality I mentioned at the start. This is not a clean future. The ships leak, the droids are dented, the controls are held together with tape and hope. People fix things with a spanner and a swear word rather than replacing them. And that grubbiness is exactly what makes it feel like home, oddly. A gleaming, perfect future feels cold and unreachable. A galaxy where the fastest ship in the fleet is a patched-up freight hauler that its owner is forever tinkering with. Where the hyperdrive's always on the blink, and the droids are one bad day from a breakdown. That feels like a place real people live. Somewhere you could imagine getting a job. Somewhere with mechanics and spare parts and things that go wrong. I find that deeply comforting. The galaxy, far, far away, runs on the same thing our world does in the end. Old machines, held together by people who know how to fix them, kept limping along for one more journey. Let's leave the machines humming in the hangar though, because I've been going on about war fleets and battle stations and planet killers, and the truth is that almost nobody in this galaxy ever fires a shot in anger their whole life. Most people just live. They work, they scrape by, and when the day's done they want the same thing anyone wants: a bit of fun and a bit of rest. So before we head towards the deep and quiet end of the night, let's talk for a while about how the galaxy actually spends its ordinary days. Let's talk about the fun stuff. Here's a thing that took me a while to appreciate about this galaxy. For all the wars and empires and cosmic destiny, it's also just a place where trillions of ordinary people are trying to enjoy themselves. They go to sporting events, they gamble, they play games in bars, they put the kids to bed and put their feet up. And I find that layer of it genuinely lovely and very restful to think about, because it's the galaxy at its most human, doing the daft, harmless things people have always done to pass the time. So let's spend a while just watching the galaxy have fun. The big one, the sport everyone knows, is pod racing, which we glimpsed out on the desert world. And it is completely insane, which is precisely why whole worlds turn out for it. The machines are barely machines at all, just two enormous roaring engines with a little pod strapped behind them by cables, hurtling across the desert at speeds that should not be survivable, through canyons and caves and hairpin turns, with no real safety to speak of, and a very high chance that several racers simply won't finish, and not because they came last. The reflexes it takes are so far beyond ordinary human ability that in the main event, out on that desert world, the great annual race, there'd never been a human who could do it at all, until one particular gifted little boy came along. The crowds are enormous, from every species you can imagine, packed into the stands, betting fortunes, roaring at the crashes. It's chariot racing, essentially, the oldest, most dangerous kind of spectacle, the kind where half the thrill is the danger, alive and well out on the frontier. There's something very old about that. People have always gathered to watch other people do something terrifyingly fast and cheer, and gamble on it. The galaxy's no different. And where there's sport, there's gambling, obviously, because the two have never once been separated in the whole history of anyone. The galaxy runs on betting, from the pod race stands to the back rooms of 1,000 cantinas, and the great game, the one the galaxy plays, is a card game where nerve matters as much as luck, all bluffing and holding your face still and knowing when to walk away. It's the kind of game where people bet things they absolutely should not. And I mentioned earlier the almost unbelievable fact that one of the most famous ships in the galaxy, a beloved freighter, actually changed hands over exactly this game, won across a table on the strength of a bluff. Imagine gambling away your starship. Imagine winning one. That's the kind of stakes the galaxy plays for when the drinks are flowing. There are gambling worlds too, whole glittering cities built around casinos, where the very rich come to lose money in beautiful rooms, and where, if you scratch the surface, you find that an awful lot of that wealth was made in ways nobody wants to talk about. But on the surface, it's all light and chance and the roll of the dice, and people love it exactly as much as people here do. My favourite game in the whole galaxy, though, is a small one, and it happens on a table aboard that same famous freighter. It's a kind of holographic chess where the pieces aren't carved figures, but little glowing monsters projected up from the board that move about and, memorably, occasionally maul each other when they take a piece. It's played between two people sitting across a round table, and there's a wonderful running joke about it, that a certain very tall, very strong, very hairy player is not someone you want to beat, because he doesn't take losing well, and the advice given is simply to let the big fellow win, because it's not wise to upset a creature that could pull your arms off over a board game. I love that detail beyond all reason. In a galaxy of Jedi and empires, some of the most human moments are two mates arguing over a game, and one of them being a sore loser who happens to be 8 feet tall. That's the sort of thing that makes a fictional galaxy feel like somewhere people actually live. The games they play when they're bored, on a long journey with nothing else to do. There's a darker kind of spectacle too, and the galaxy has always had it, because cruelty as entertainment is sadly one of the most universal things there is. Gladiatorial arenas, where prisoners and the condemned are thrown to enormous beasts for the amusement of a paying crowd. There's a famous one on an insectoid world, a great stone arena where the condemned are chained to posts in the middle, and monstrous creatures are released to hunt them, while thousands watch from the stands and cheer. Some of those arena beasts we met earlier, the clawed and the horned and the many-legged nightmares, bred specifically for the pit. It's grim and the stories don't pretend otherwise, but it's also very true to how power has always entertained itself, all through real history, bread and circuses. Give the crowd a spectacle of death, and they'll not think too hard about who's running things. The galaxy learned that trick a long time ago, same as everyone. But let's not end on the cruelty, because most of the galaxy's fun is gentler than that. There's music everywhere, for one thing. Every cantina has its band, playing that peculiar jaunty stuff on strange instruments, and there are famous acts that tour the pleasure palaces of the crime lords, keyboard players and singers. Whole musical traditions from a thousand worlds. Music is one of those things that crosses every border in the galaxy. You don't need to speak someone's language to enjoy their song. And there are festivals and celebrations and holidays. When a great victory finally comes, at the end of all the darkness, the way the galaxy celebrates isn't with parades of soldiers. It's with fireworks and dancing and bonfires and singing in the streets of 100 worlds. Ordinary people pouring out to celebrate that the long fear is over. That's how they mark it. Not with power, with a party. And underneath all of it, the sport and the games and the music, there's just the enormous, quiet mass of ordinary life. Most people in this galaxy are not Jedi or senators or bounty hunters or rebels. They're farmers and mechanics and shopkeepers and dock workers and parents and kids. They get up and go to work and worry about money and love their families and grumble about the weather or whatever passes for weather on their world and go to bed and do it again. The moisture farmer fixing his vaporators, the cantina owner wiping down the bar, the pilot ferrying cargo from one dull world to another. The whole vast ocean of unremarkable, decent, busy life that all the great events happen on top of, mostly without touching it at all. There's a war on somewhere, always, but the crops still need bringing in, and the kids still need feeding, and life goes on at its own patient pace in the background of history. I find that the most comforting thought in the whole galaxy, honestly, more than any Jedi wisdom. The great struggles come and go, empires rise and fall, but the ordinary business of living just keeps going, stubborn and small and warm, on 1,000,000 worlds, in 1,000,000,000,000 homes, most of which will never make it into any story. Somebody out there in that galaxy far, far away is right now, losing badly at holochess and enjoying it anyway. That's a nice place to let your mind rest for a moment. And since we're on the ordinary business of the galaxy, I want to take a proper look at who actually lives in it, because I've been saying people all night as though they're all more or less like us, and they are gloriously, wildly not. Let's talk about the peoples of the galaxy. I've been a bit lazy with a word all night, and I want to make up for it now. I keep saying people. The people of the galaxy, ordinary people, trillions of people. And you've probably been picturing, more or less, humans. But the truth of this galaxy, one of the loveliest things about it, is that humans are just one species among thousands, and by no means the strangest or the oldest or the most interesting. So let's spend a while just appreciating the sheer, glorious variety of who actually lives out there. It's a soothing thing to think about, honestly. A galaxy this crowded with different kinds of life, mostly rubbing along together. Humans are everywhere, it's true. They're the most widespread species in the galaxy, scattered across more worlds than anyone else, which is why they turn up in nearly every story. Nobody's entirely sure why humans ended up so widely spread, so ordinary, so default. They just are, and around them there's a whole spectrum of what get called near humans, species so close to human that you barely notice the difference. A slightly different skin tone, a small variation here or there, peoples who diverged from a common stock long ago on their separate worlds. So even the human end of things isn't as tidy as it looks. It shades off, by degrees, into everything else. And everything else is where the fun is. Let me just introduce you to a few because they're wonderful. There are the Twi'leks, tall and elegant, with these long tapering head tails called leku that fall from the back of their skulls, which they can actually use to communicate, subtle movements carrying meaning, a whole silent language in the flick of a lek. They come in beautiful colours, blues and greens and reds, and they hail from a harsh world of scorching day and freezing night, where the people cluster in the narrow habitable band between. And there's a sadness woven through their story, because their grace and beauty made them a target, and Twi'leks turn up far too often in the galaxy as dancers and slaves in the palaces of crime lords, which the stories don't shy away from. But there are Twi'lek generals and pilots and freedom fighters too, fierce and brilliant, and you have to hold both, the exploitation and the strength, because that's the honest picture. There are the Rhodians, green-skinned, with those big multifaceted eyes and the snout, a people from a humid jungle world who developed, as a culture, a real reverence for the hunt, which is why so many of them end up as bounty hunters, tracking prey across the galaxy. There are the Trandoshans, big reptilian creatures, scaled and clawed and able to regrow lost limbs. Hunters too, but crueler, who keep a running tally of their kills, as a point of honour, and who have an ancient loathing for the Wookiees that goes back generations, the two peoples hunting each other in a grudge older than anyone remembers. There are the Zabrak, tough and proud, marked out by the little crown of horns on their heads, and the tattoos they wear. There are the Ithorians, gentle giants with those curved hammer-shaped heads and two mouths, who speak in a way no other species can quite reproduce. A peaceful, ecological people who revere their forest world so deeply they can barely stand to walk on its surface. There are the Sulastans and the Bothans, master spies and information brokers, and dozens upon dozens more, each with their own world, their own history, their own way of seeing. Some of my favourites are the ocean peoples. There's a world that's almost entirely water, shared, a bit uneasily, by two species. The Mon Calamari, tall and calm and salmon-coloured with those high domed heads and big gentle eyes, dreamers and idealists and, crucially, the finest shipbuilders in the galaxy. The ones who built the great cruisers that carried the rebellion's hopes. And sharing their world, the Quarren, squid-faced and more suspicious, more pragmatic, who never quite trusted their idealistic neighbours. Two peoples, one ocean, learning across the centuries to share it, sometimes well and sometimes badly. It rhymes with that other divided world we visited, the surface and the sea, doesn't it? The galaxy keeps telling that story of two peoples who have to work out how to share one home, probably because it's the most important story there is. And then there are the mysterious ones, the peoples from the edges of the map. Remember those unknown regions, the vast uncharted swathe of the galaxy nobody had properly explored? Well, things live out there, and one of the most striking is a people with blue skin and glowing red eyes, coldly brilliant, from a secretive civilization out in the dark that the rest of the galaxy barely knew existed. One of them, a tactical genius, becomes one of the great strategic minds of the whole saga. And part of what makes him so formidable is precisely that he comes from outside, that he thinks in ways the galaxy isn't used to, that nobody quite saw him coming. The edges of the map always hold the surprises. Now here's a detail I love about how all these peoples get along, or don't. We talked earlier about how two people can have a whole conversation, each speaking their own language, one understanding the other, but replying in their own tongue. That happens constantly, and nobody blinks. A galaxy this diverse would grind to a halt if everyone had to speak the same language. So instead, there's this beautiful patchwork, where a common tongue covers the basics, and everything else is a glorious mutual muddling through, everyone half fluent in everyone else, getting by. It's a genuinely optimistic vision of difference. When you look at it, you don't have to be the same to understand each other. You just have to make the effort. But the stories are honest that it doesn't always work that way. And this is worth saying. The galaxy has its prejudices, same as anywhere. The Empire, in particular, was deeply, deliberately humanocentric, human supremacist really, promoting humans and grinding non-humans down into second-class status, enslaving whole species, treating the wonderful variety of the galaxy as something to be dominated and sorted into a hierarchy with humans on top. It's not subtle, and it's not accidental. Cruel regimes have always needed someone to be beneath, and the Empire built that cruelty right into its structure. And it's no coincidence that the rebellion against it was the opposite. A genuine coalition of species, humans and Mon Calamari and Solistans and Bothans and a dozen more, all fighting side by side. The good guys in this galaxy are the ones who look at all that variety and see friends. The bad guys are the ones who look at it and see a ladder. That's about as clear a moral line as the saga ever draws, and it draws it through who you're willing to stand beside. And I can't do a tour of the galaxy's peoples without coming back, one more time, to the ones who aren't counted as people at all, even though they plainly are. The droids. Because for all this lovely diversity, all these thousands of species with their rights and their cultures and their seats in the Senate, there's one kind of person the whole galaxy, every species of it, has quietly agreed doesn't make the list. The machines that think and feel and fear and get bought and sold and switched off are the true underclass beneath even the most downtrodden flesh and blood people. A galaxy that learned mostly to look at a squid-faced neighbour or a blue stranger from the edge of the map and see a person never quite managed to extend that same courtesy to the beeping little astromech who'd follow you into fire, which tells you that tolerance, even at its best, tends to have a limit, a line drawn just past wherever it happens to be convenient. The galaxy drew its line at the machines. We tend to draw ours somewhere too. Worth a thought. That's the peoples of the galaxy then. Thousands of them, from the widespread ordinary humans to the elegant Twi'leks, to the ocean-dwelling shipbuilders, to the cold geniuses from the uncharted dark. Mostly, remarkably, getting along, sharing worlds and languages and a vast, crowded civilization, tripped up here and there by the same old prejudices that trip up everyone, and united at their best by a willingness to stand beside someone who looks nothing like them. It's a hopeful picture on the whole. A galaxy that big and that varied, mostly managing to be kind. We could do worse, anyway. We've had a good long wander now through the ordinary galaxy, the fun and the peoples and the daily business of living. Let's go back, before the night gets deep and quiet, to the ones who could touch that strange energy running underneath all of it, and talk about what it actually let them do. Because I've said the Force this and the Force that all night, and I still haven't told you what a Jedi can really do with it. Let's fix that. Right, let's talk about the actual powers. Because we've spent the whole night on what the Force is, philosophically, this energy field, this cosmic will, this thing you become one with when you die. And that's the deep and beautiful side of it. But there's also the simple, satisfying question a child asks first, which is, Yes, but what can they do? What are the actual tricks? And the answer is a lovely spread of abilities, and the interesting bit, the bit I want to keep coming back to, is that nearly all of them work better the calmer you are, which is the opposite of how you'd expect a superpower to work. Start with the most famous one, the one everyone thinks of. Moving things with your mind, telekinesis. A Jedi can reach out and lift, push, pull, and throw objects without touching them, from flicking a switch across the room to lifting something enormous. And here's the lovely lesson buried in it, taught by the old master in the swamp to his impatient young student. The student can lift small rocks, pebbles, and thinks that's the limit of it. And when his ship sinks into the bog, he says it's too big, I can't. And the old teacher simply lifts the entire ship out of the water with a wave of his hand, effortlessly, and tells him, that is why you fail. Because the limit was never the size of the ship. The limit was the student's belief that size mattered at all. To the Force, there is no difference between a pebble and a starship. The only difference is in the mind of the person doing the lifting and their doubt. I think that's one of the wisest things in the whole saga, honestly, dressed up as a magic trick. The thing stopping you is almost always you. Then there's the mind trick, which is my favourite for how cheeky it is. A Jedi can, with a wave of the hand and a calm suggestion, influence the thoughts of the weak-minded, plant an idea, make someone believe something, wave them through a checkpoint they should never have been waved through. These aren't the droids you're looking for, that sort of thing, said gently, and the guard just agrees because his mind has been nudged. It only works on the weak-willed, mind you. A strong enough mind just blinks at you and asks what you think you're doing. But it's such a wonderfully low-key use of godlike power, the most powerful beings in the galaxy, and one of their signature moves is essentially talking their way out of a parking ticket. There's foresight, which is subtler and sadder. Force sensitives can sense things before they happen, feel disturbances, get flashes of the future in dreams and visions. It's how they sense danger, how they react to a shot before it's fired. But the future they see is always cloudy, always uncertain, always in motion, and this is where it turns tragic, because we've seen what happens when someone gets a vision of a loved one dying and becomes so desperate to prevent it that the very act of trying to prevent it is what makes it come true. The Force shows you glimpses, but it doesn't come with instructions, and reading them wrong can destroy you. Always in motion, the future is, as the old master says, difficult to see. The gift of foresight is really a warning wrapped in a temptation. There's a whole set of physical enhancements, the flashy stuff, that lets Jedi do the things that make the fight so watchable. They can move with superhuman speed and reflexes. They can leap impossible distances, flip and tumble and fall from great heights, and land soft. Their reactions are quick enough to deflect blaster bolts with a lightsaber, which, when you think about it, means reacting faster than a beam of light can cross a room, batting it back the way it came. It shouldn't be possible, and it isn't really, except through the Force feeding them a split second of foresight, telling their body where the shot's going before it gets there. The elegance of the Jedi in a fight isn't strength, it's that they're always a heartbeat ahead of everyone else, because part of them is reading the immediate future the whole time. The gentler powers are the ones I find most moving. There's Force healing, developed in the newer stories, where a Force user can pour their own life energy into another to close a wound, mend an injury, even pull someone back from the edge of death. Though it costs the healer dearly, a life for a life, energy for energy. There's the ability to sense life, to feel the living things around you, the people, the creatures, the whole web of it, which is really just the living Force made practical. That hum of all living things we talked about right at the start. Some can calm frightened animals with it, reach a beast's mind and soothe it. Some can sense a person's emotions, their honesty, their fear. It's empathy turned into a superpower, and it's the most Jedi thing there is, really. Not throwing people around, feeling the life in everything. And then there are the dark side versions, the twisted ones, because the dark side does everything the light does, just uglier and with a price. Where a Jedi pushes, a Sith chokes, reaching out to crush a throat from across a room, which the man in the black mask does to his own terrified officers when they disappoint him. A horrible casual murder with a lazy gesture. Where the light heals, the dark drains, taking life rather than giving it. And the signature dark power, the truly frightening one, is the lightning. Raw dark side energy, hurled from the fingertips as arcs of blue-white lightning, pure destructive rage made visible, agony delivered at a distance. It's what the Emperor uses at the very end to torture the young hero, and it's the most naked image of the dark side there is. The light side lifts a ship to teach a lesson. The dark side throws lightning to cause pain. Same force, opposite hands. There's one power I have to mention because it connects back to those old Golden Age stories, and it's such a beautiful idea. Battle meditation. In the deep past, the greatest force users could enter a kind of meditative state in the middle of a battle, and through the force, reach out to every ally at once, bolstering their courage, coordinating their movements, filling a whole fleet or army with clarity and hope, while sapping the enemy's will to fight. One person, sitting perfectly still, turning the tide of an entire war just by radiating calm resolve into thousands of hearts. It's the exact opposite of a weapon. It's leadership as a force power, courage as something you can give. And it rhymes, doesn't it? With that lovely idea from the Golden Age, the Jedi who could hear all the others as music and conduct them into harmony. The very greatest thing a force user could do wasn't to destroy, it was to make everyone around them braver. That's the heart of it, and it's why I keep circling back to the same point. Almost every good use of the Force flows from calm, from letting go, from connection, from getting your own fear and ego out of the way so the energy can move through you cleanly. The harder you grab, the worse it works, until you tip over into the dark, where grabbing is the whole point and the price is your soul. The Jedi powers aren't really about power at all. They're about surrender, about being quiet enough and open enough and unafraid enough to let something vast move through you, which is a strange and lovely thing for a set of superpowers to be about. Not how hard can you push, but how completely can you let go. Speaking of letting go, and of the people who found their own quiet way to it, I want to tell you about the ones who walked away. Because for all the Jedi and all the Sith, the orders and the rules, and the two great sides, there were always people who looked at the whole business and quietly stepped off the path to find their own way. And one of them is my favourite character in the entire galaxy. Let's talk about those who left. For all the talk of Jedi and Sith, light and dark, two great opposing orders locked in an eternal struggle, there's a quieter truth running underneath the whole saga that I love. And it's this: you don't actually have to join either of them. There have always been Force users who looked at the Jedi with their rigid rules, and the Sith with their poison, and thought, no thanks, I'll find my own way. The ones who walked off the path. And some of the wisest figures in the whole galaxy are exactly those people. So let's spend the last of our wakeful time before the deep end of the night with them, the wanderers, the ones who left. The one I want to start with, and honestly the one I love most in all of Star Wars, is Ahsoka. You'll remember her from the war, that spirited young apprentice, the Padawan assigned to the gifted, troubled Jedi who'd later become the man in the mask. She was the heart of the whole Clone Wars era, growing up far too fast in a conflict she was much too young for. And here's what happens to her, and it's the thing that makes her, to my mind, the wisest character the saga ever produced. Near the end of the war, she's falsely accused of a terrible crime, framed, and the Jedi Order, the institution that raised her, that she'd given her whole childhood to, doesn't stand by her. They expel her, to distance themselves, to let the courts handle it, to protect their own standing. She's proven innocent in the end, of course, and the council, shamefaced, invites her back, offers to reinstate her, says it was all a test she passed, as if that makes it better. And she says no. She just quietly walks away. She looks at the order that abandoned her the moment she became inconvenient, and she realizes she doesn't trust it anymore, doesn't believe in it the way she did, can't give her life back to an institution that showed her exactly how little her loyalty was worth. So she leaves, walks out of the temple, down the great steps alone, still barely more than a teenager, into a galaxy at war, with no order, no master, no home. And it's heartbreaking, and it's also the bravest thing anyone does in the whole saga, because it's so quiet. No dramatic betrayal, no turn to the dark, just a young woman deciding that her own conscience matters more than belonging, that she'd rather be nobody, alone, than be part of something that had lost its way. And here's the thing that makes it wisdom rather than just heartbreak. Because she left, she wasn't at the temple when it fell. She wasn't there for the terrible night when the Order was destroyed, because she'd already gone. Walking away saved her life, and more than that, it let her become something the Jedi couldn't be. Free. She spends the dark years that follow quietly helping people, fighting the Empire in her own way, on her own terms. Not as a Jedi, not bound by the old rules, just as herself. A person with the Force and a conscience, and no institution telling her how to use either. When someone later asks her, "Are you a Jedi?" she says, "No, I'm not." And she means it. She's something else. Something that doesn't have a name, really. A good person with a lightsaber and her own mind. And I find that genuinely inspiring. The idea that you can take the best of what an institution taught you and leave the institution itself behind when it stops deserving you. She's not alone in this either. The galaxy is full of Force users who walked their own path between the two great sides. There's a wonderful being from the later stories, a huge, ancient, gentle creature who calls himself the one in the middle. The Jedi are the light, he says. The Sith are the dark, and he is the balance between, the bit in the middle that both sides forgot existed. He lives alone on a wild world, wanting nothing to do with anyone's war, embodying the idea that the Force was never really meant to be split into two warring teams at all, that the whole light versus dark framing is something people imposed on it, and that the truest relationship with the Force might be to simply sit in the centre and refuse to pick a side. There's something very calming about him, this enormous placid creature who's older than the quarrel and completely uninterested in it. And there are older traditions still, whole cultures of Force use that were never Jedi or Sith at all. There's a world of witches, sisters who draw on the Force in their own ancient way, through ritual and green magic, and a deep connection to their own land and their own dead, owing nothing to the temple on the capital world and its 12 serious masters. There were the monks and the guardians we met right at the start, the faithful who worshipped the Force without ever wielding it, keeping their quiet faith alive in the dark. The Jedi liked to think they owned the Force, that their way was the only proper way, that everything outside their tradition was either ignorance or corruption. And that arrogance, that certainty, was part of what blinded them, part of why they fell. They couldn't imagine that the truth might be bigger than their order, that there might be other ways to walk with the Force that were just as valid, or more so. The ones who walked away understood something the Great Orders never quite could, that the Force doesn't belong to anyone, that it isn't the property of the Jedi or the weapon of the Sith, that it's just there, in everything, all around, available to anyone quiet enough to feel it, and that you don't need permission or a temple or a set of rules or a side to walk with it. You just need to listen. Ahsoka figured that out as a heartbroken teenager on the temple steps. The being in the middle figured it out, sitting alone on his wild world. And it's the same lesson, really, that runs under everything we've talked about tonight. Let go of the rules that no longer serve you, of the institutions that lost their way, of the need to belong to something, to be on a side, to be told who you are. walk your own path quietly and trust the current. Ahsoka's story goes on, in the later years, into some genuinely strange and beautiful places. She becomes a seeker, a wanderer, a teacher to a new generation, always on the edges, never quite in the centre, and in one extraordinary turn, she even walks for a while in a place between the worlds, of the living and the dead, a realm outside time where all moments touch and comes back changed, more ghost than person for a while, having brushed up against the deepest mystery there is, which is exactly where I want to take us next, and exactly the note I want to end her story on, because she spent her whole life letting go of the order, of anger, of the need to belong, and it's led her in the end to the edge of the greatest letting go of all. So let's follow her there. Let's talk gently about death, and about the people who learn to die without ever quite leaving. Right at the start of tonight, I mentioned that phrase, becoming one with the Force, and I said it wasn't just a nice thing to say at a funeral, that in this galaxy it means something fairly literal, your energy passing into that great binding whole and staying part of it, and I left it there. But there's a deeper layer to it, one of the most beautiful ideas in the whole saga, and it's the perfect thing to sink into at this hour, because it's really a story about how to let go, and there's nothing more restful than that. Here's the question that haunts the entire galaxy, the one the Sith built their whole philosophy around, and the one the Jedi mostly tried not to think about. When you die, is that it? Does the self, the you of you, just end? For most of galactic history, even the Jedi assumed that when you became one with the Force, you dissolved. Your energy carried on, yes, folded into the greater whole, but you, the particular person, your memories and your voice and your love, that was gone, given up into the vast impersonal ocean. A kind of immortality, but not one you'd be around to enjoy. You'd become the sea, not a swimmer in it. And then, fairly late in the story of the Jedi, one of them worked out that it didn't have to be that way, that it was possible, with enormous discipline and a very particular kind of wisdom, to keep your identity after death, to become one with the Force and still be you, to carry on past death as a conscious presence, able to return, to speak, to guide the living. This is where the Force ghosts come from, those shimmering blue figures who appear to the heroes at their lowest moments. The dead mentors flickering back into being to offer a word of comfort or a nudge in the right direction. They're not really ghosts in the haunting sense. They're people who learned how to die without disappearing. The Jedi who first cracked it was a master called Qui-Gon Jinn, and I've always found this lovely, because he was, in life, considered a bit of a maverick, a bit too intuitive, too willing to follow the living Force in the moment rather than the Council's rules. Never quite orthodox enough to sit on the Council himself. And it turns out this slightly unruly, deeply intuitive man was the one who stumbled onto the greatest secret the Jedi ever found. The one thing they'd been missing for thousands of years. He learned it in the deeper stories, from an ancient source, a kind of Force priest, a teacher connected to those old priestesses of the wellspring we talked about right at the start, the ones who taught even Yoda a thing or two, and after Qui-Gon died, he was able to reach back and begin teaching the technique to the two Jedi who'd survived to need it most, the old Grand Master and the exiled Knight, so that they in turn could learn to persist and could pass it on. A chain of the dead, teaching the living how to keep going after death. But here's the part that turns it from a neat magic trick into something genuinely profound, and it ties together everything we've said about the Jedi and the Sith all night. What does it actually take to keep your identity after death? You'd think it would take power, strength, holding on hard, gripping your own self so tightly that death can't pry it loose. That's certainly what the Sith thought. Remember them, obsessed with cheating death, with preserving themselves by force, that whole dark study of stopping the natural order, keeping what you love from dying, refusing to let go of anything ever. The Sith approach to immortality is all clenched fists. Seize your life, grip it, never surrender it. Dominate death the way you dominate everything else. And it doesn't work. That's the beautiful, quiet joke at the heart of the whole thing. For all their power, the Sith never truly managed it. The most they ever achieved was these trapped, diminished, furious echoes, spirits bound to their tombs and their dark temples and their cursed objects, unable to move on, unable to rest, snarling at intruders in the Valley of the Dark Lords for thousands of years, tethered to a single place by the very clinging that was supposed to set them free. That's not immortality, that's a prison. The Sith who fought hardest to keep themselves ended up as the most stuck, the least free, the least alive, howling ghosts chained to the spot where they died, exactly as trapped in death as they'd been grasping in life. And the Jedi achieved the real thing, the true persistence, the ability to move freely, to appear anywhere, to be genuinely at peace, and they did it the exact opposite way. Not by holding on, but by letting go. This is the paradox, and it's gorgeous. You can only keep your identity after death by completely surrendering your attachment to it, by loving without clinging, by accepting loss, by releasing your grip on your own self, your fear, your ego, everything. You have to be willing to lose yourself entirely, to give it all up freely. And it's precisely that willingness, that total letting go, that lets you keep going. The Jedi who achieve this aren't holding on for dear life. They've released everything. And because they've released everything, there's nothing for death to take. You reach immortality by no longer needing it. You keep yourself by giving yourself away. Sit with that for a moment, because it's the whole of the Jedi philosophy. The entire point of that non-attachment we talked about way back, finally paying off. All that training in letting go, all that discipline about not clinging to the things you love. It wasn't just about avoiding the dark side. It was preparation for this, for being able to die well, for being able to face the loss of absolutely everything, including your own life and your own self, with peace instead of terror, and to pass through it not as a screaming trapped spirit, but as a calm, free, loving presence that can come back to sit with the people it left behind and tell them it's all right. The two greatest fears in the galaxy, losing the ones you love and losing yourself, and the Jedi answer to both is the same. Let go. Not because it doesn't matter, but because holding on is the very thing that traps you. There's a moment right near the end of the great tragedy where an old Jedi lets himself be struck down without fighting back, and as the blow lands he simply vanishes, his empty robe crumpling to the floor, because he's chosen his moment, let go entirely and slipped free into the Force, rather than being killed. And later he speaks to his grieving student from beyond, calm and warm and completely at peace, more powerful in a way than he ever was alive. That image stayed with me for years before I understood it. He didn't lose, he let go. And letting go in this galaxy is not defeat, it's the doorway. I find this the single most comforting idea in all of Star Wars, honestly. And I wanted to bring you here specifically because it's such a gentle thing to rest in. The people you love who've gone don't have to be gone. Not entirely, not in a galaxy like this. And the version of carrying on that lasts, that's free, that's at peace, isn't the one where you grip and cling and refuse and rage against it. It's the one where you make your peace and love without holding and let go when the time comes, trusting that the great binding thing that runs through everything will keep what matters. The frightened ones, the clinging ones, they get stuck. The peaceful ones go free. There's a whole philosophy of living in there, not just dying, and it stays with me more than I'd expect. Which brings us at last gently to the end of the great story, and to the one soul in the whole saga who was the most stuck, the most clinging, the most trapped, and who, right at the very finish, against all odds, finally learned to let go. Let's go back to the man in the black mask, one last time, because his story doesn't end in the dark. It ends in the light, and it ends with exactly this. Let's talk about the rebellion and the redemption and what came after. So the galaxy has gone quiet and grey and afraid. The Jedi are gone. The Force is a legend nobody quite believes. The Emperor sits at the top of everything, and the great fear, the battle station that ends worlds, keeps every system in line. And into all that darkness, the thing that finally pushes back isn't an army, or a fleet, or a chosen one, riding to the rescue. It's just a handful of stubborn people who decide quietly that they've had enough. That's how the rebellion starts, not with a bang. With a few people refusing, the Rebel Alliance was always the underdog, and that's the whole charm of it. A ragtag collection of idealists and soldiers, and smugglers and refugees, scattered across the galaxy, hiding in the shadows, massively outgunned, running on almost nothing but conviction and hope, against the largest, cruelest war machine in history. It should have been hopeless, and by every sensible measure it was. But they had one thing the Empire never understood, because the Empire ruled through fear, and could only ever imagine fear. They had hope. And hope, it turns out, is stubborn. Hope spreads. You can crush a rebellion 100 times, but as long as a few people keep the spark, it keeps coming back. Because a galaxy ruled by terror is full of people just waiting for a reason to believe things could be different. It all turns in the end on a family, though almost none of them know they're a family at first. There's a young man on that desert world, a moisture farmer's nephew, staring at the twin sunset, aching to be part of something bigger, and he has no idea that he's the son of the most feared man in the galaxy, that the monster in the black mask is his father. There's a young woman, a princess, a leader of the rebellion, fierce and clever and brave, who hides the stolen plans to the battle station inside a little astromech droid and sends a desperate plea for help out into the stars, and she has no idea that the farm boy is her brother, that they're twins, separated as babies and hidden from their father to keep them safe. And there's the smuggler, the scoundrel with the secret heart we talked about, who signs on for the money and stays for love, and gets pulled grumbling all the way into becoming a hero despite himself. 3 young people, and a couple of droids, and an old hermit who used to be a Jedi, against an empire. That's the whole thing. That's where the galaxy's fate ends up resting. I won't walk you through every battle, partly because it's not that kind of night, and partly because the details matter less than the shape. The shape is this. The young man learns he has the Force. He seeks out the last teachers, the old Grand Master hiding in the swamp, the exiled knight who becomes his guide even after death. And he trains, and he grows, and he learns the hardest lesson of all, which is the one about letting go that we just talked about. He learns his father's terrible identity, and it nearly breaks him. And the Emperor, ancient and patient as ever, watches this powerful young Jedi rise and thinks, not with fear, but with hunger, because the Emperor doesn't want to kill the boy. He wants to turn him, to make the son what he made the father, to replace the aging, broken man in the mask with a fresh, young, furious apprentice. The oldest trick the Sith have, playing on love and fear and anger, run one more time, on one more generation. And here's how it ends. And it's the gentlest, most human climax any story like this ever had, because it isn't really won with a lightsaber at all. The Emperor has the young man cornered, and he tries to make him angry, tries to make him hate, tries to get him to strike his own father down in rage and take his first step towards the dark. And the boy, at the crucial moment, refuses. He looks at the darkness the Emperor is offering him, all that power, and he simply puts it down, throws his weapon away, refuses to fight, declares himself a Jedi, like his father before him, and stands there, unarmed, choosing love over anger, even though it will almost certainly kill him. He would rather die as himself than win as something else. That's the letting go. That's the whole philosophy made flesh in one frightened young man dropping his sword. And it costs him. The Emperor, enraged, sets about killing him, slowly, cruelly, with all the dark power at his command. And the boy is dying, calling out for his father to help him. And the father, the broken man in the mask, the most stuck and clinging and trapped soul in the whole galaxy, stands there and watches his son die. And something, after all those years, in all that machinery, finally moves. Because underneath the mask, underneath the fear and the rage and the decades of darkness, there was always still that kid from the desert who just wanted to keep the people he loved from dying. And he cannot watch it happen again. He will not lose another one. And so at the very last possible moment, Anakin Skywalker picks up his master, the man he served and feared for a lifetime, and destroys him, and saves his son, and in doing so, throws away everything the dark side ever gave him. He lets go. The one thing he could never do, the thing that ruined his whole life, the inability to release, to accept, to stop clinging, and he finally does it, for love in the last minutes of his life. The prophecy about balance all those years later comes true not through power, but through a father choosing his child. It kills him, of course. Saving his son costs him what little life the machinery was keeping going. And there's this quiet, unbearably tender moment at the very end, where the dying man asks his son to take the mask off, to let him look at him, just once, with his own eyes before he goes, and the boy does. And for the first time in a lifetime, the man breathes air that isn't filtered through a machine, and sees his son's face not through a lens, but truly. And it's enough. He dies as Anakin, not as the monster. Redeemed, at peace, having let go at last. And later, at the celebration, when the young man looks out into the night, he sees 3 shimmering figures watching over him, the old teachers who taught him, and beside them, restored, young, whole, at peace, smiling, his father. Come back into the light, free. That's the payoff of everything we talked about with the Force ghosts, the most trapped soul in the galaxy, freed by one act of love, one final letting go. That's the heart of it, really. That's the story under all the stories. It's not about good beating evil, not fundamentally. It's about a son who refused to give up on his father, and a father who, given one last chance, chose his son. Fathers and children. Love is the thing that saves when power never could. I find that genuinely moving no matter how many times I sit with it, and it's a lovely thing to carry towards sleep. Nobody is ever entirely lost. Even the darkest soul in the galaxy had a way back, and it was love, and it was there the whole time. What came after is quieter, and I'll keep it gentle because we're winding down now. The Empire didn't vanish overnight, but the fear was broken, and a broken fear can't be mended, and a new republic slowly rose from the ashes to try again at the old dream of a galaxy that governs itself. It was fragile and imperfect, and it made a lot of the same mistakes, because galaxies, like people, tend to, and the old darkness wasn't quite finished either. Years later, it emerged that the Emperor, true to everything the Sith ever were, had schemed even against his own death, had arranged, through dark science and cloning and sheer clenched-fisted refusal to let go, to claw his way back. But it was the diminished kind of survival, remember, the trapped and desperate kind, a rotting echo of a man clinging to unnatural life. Nothing like the free peace the Jedi found. And a new generation rose to face him, a young woman who'd grown up as a nobody, scavenging on a desert world, of all places, and a young man torn between the light and the dark. The two of them bound together by that rare and powerful bond between two Force users that the deepest lore always spoke of, two halves of one whole. And between them, through sacrifice and love, and one more choice of the light over the dark, the ancient darkness was finally, truly ended. And now, the current quiet. The galaxy is rebuilding, again, the way it always does, in the long, tired peace after a long, hard war. And the stories being told now are smaller and warmer, which feels right after all that cosmic weight. Stories out on the frontier, in the dusty, forgotten corners, about ordinary people and their small, brave choices. A lone Mandalorian and the strange little foundling he chose to protect. Old warriors finding new purpose. A galaxy full of people, most of whom will never wield the Force or topple an empire. Just getting on with their lives, rebuilding, hoping, carrying on, which is, when you get right down to it, where we came in. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, full of ordinary life going on beneath the great events, spinning quietly through the dark. Let's sit with that for one last moment before we go. So there it is, a whole galaxy, more or less, laid out end to end, from the energy that binds everything together down to the little robots it will never touch, from the cold moon full of monks to the space whales drifting between the stars. We started right at the beginning of the night with that line, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And I said then that the reason it's soothing rather than exciting is that it's already over. It already happened ages ago, somewhere you'll never go, and all anyone can do now is tell you about it. I still think that's the whole trick of the thing, and it's a kind one. Because when you lay it all out like this, all at once, in one long, unhurried go, a shape does start to show through, and it's a gentle one. For all the wars and the empires and the planet-killing machines, the story this galaxy keeps telling, underneath everything, is the smallest and oldest one there is. It's about fathers and children. It's about people who loved too much and couldn't let go, and what that fear did to them. And it's about the ones who learned, somehow, often too late, that the way you keep the things you love is not to grip them tighter, but to open your hands. The frightened ones get stuck in the tombs and the machines and the masks. The peaceful ones go free. And even the most lost soul in the whole galaxy, the man sealed alive inside the black armor, turned out to have a way back. And it was there the whole time, and it was love. Nobody, in the end, was beyond it. I find that a genuinely comforting thing to carry off to sleep. Not the lightsabers, lovely as they are, the other bit, the idea that letting go isn't losing, that the light and the dark were never really a tidy 50-50 war between two teams, but just health and sickness, balance, and the thing that throws it off. And that balance is the natural state, the thing the galaxy settles back towards, if you let it. That the whole vast crowded place, for all its cruelty, mostly manages to be kind, mostly manages to look at something that isn't like it and see a friend. And that whatever great and terrible things are happening at the top, the ordinary business of living just keeps going, stubborn and warm, on a million quiet worlds, most of which will never make it into any story at all. That's my favourite part, if I'm honest. Not the chosen ones, the others. The moisture farmer fixing his vaporators under two suns, the rancor keeper who loved his monster, the clone who gave himself a name, the droid nobody ever wiped, who got to keep his whole self and turned out, when you let him, to be brave. The Mandalorian who threw away a fortune for one small foundling. The young woman who walked down the temple steps alone and trusted her own heart over the whole weight of an ancient order. The galaxy's real heroes are mostly the small, stubborn, decent ones, choosing the right thing quietly when nobody's watching, and no prophecy said they had to. There are far more of them than there are Jedi. There always were, and the galaxy just keeps going. That's the last thing, and it's the softest one. It's collapsed and rebuilt itself over and over, for longer than anyone alive can really imagine. Golden ages and dark ages, empires and republics, rising and falling, and rising again. And through all of it, the banthas keep plodding across the dunes, and the whales keep folding themselves into hyperspace, and somebody, somewhere, is losing at holochess and enjoying it anyway. Nothing lasts, the bad or the good, and somehow the whole thing carries on regardless, spinning quietly through the dark, full of ordinary life. Your worries feel a bit smaller against all of that. Mine do too. So that's where I'll leave you. Not on a cliffhanger, not with anything you need to remember, not with a question hanging in the air, just here, in the quiet, at the end of a very long and very old story that already happened ages ago, somewhere you'll never go. You don't have to hold any of it. You can let all of it go now, the names and the worlds and the whole enormous shape of it, and just